Because of time, allow me to straight get into the introduction of the session, the panel discussion so that we have. And in here, I'll be introducing to you our moderator the first session who is Joyce Chizoze. And Mr. Chizoze is the Advocacy Policy and Research Manager at TIZ. He is an economist and professional and the holder of the master's degree in financial economics and operations, pursuing his master's in project management at the University of London and a certificate in public policy analysis at Zambia. So Mr. Chizoze, for the big one, he is one of the organizers of this conference. So he's the brain that brings us into this conversation. So he'll be introducing his panelists to this. Mine is just a simple road introduction and calling this program. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him as he walks through.
Thank you very much. And good morning to everyone. It's morning, right? Okay. This panel discussion will focus on understanding the relationship between corruption and illicit financial flows from a regional perspective. I will not go deep into the aspect. I'll give an introduction to begin the actual panel. But for now, let's go to my panelists and the one who is going to set the tone for this panel discussion. Allow me to welcome to the podium the Director of Public Prosecution, Mr. Gilbert Center. Please let's start with him.
All right, maybe.
You can see for now. Allow me also to call upon the Director General, the Financial Intelligence Center, Mr. Clement Aparo. Allow me to now call upon the lead researcher, public finance from the Center for Trade Policy and Development, Mr. Elijah Miller. You have Elijah? Okay. You'll be joining us. The next one that needs to come to the podium is the project coordinator from International Zambia, Mr. Chief Mulungu. And the same last part, and before you accuse us of having the money again, we are going to have the last one. Calling upon the legal officer from Transparency International Zimbabwe, Father the That is Elijah. Finally. Okay, so everyone is here. As I mentioned, the panel is around illicit financial flows. We will start with setting the tone, which is the transnational dimensions of illicit mining, exploring illicit financial flows in Zambia mining sector. I will now call upon Mr. Gilbert and our meeting is opening the call for this. Come to the floor. Let's go on to him and encourage him.
So you have 15 minutes. Just 15. Yes. Is it too little? I know. Okay. So I'm just setting the top. Yes. This one is live streaming, so you can use this one. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have a restful night. You're ready to listen to some. But I've learned that as DPP, I must at all material times be scripted. in case something goes out. So if you see me speaking to a script, it's for good reason. Now, the theme of is extremely important. And what I like more about the rest, the involvement of universities. I don't know if you have any the auditorium. You see, ladies and gentlemen, we can't teach old dogs new tricks. I never invented that saying. I'm just quoting it. We have to invest in the future. We have to change the mindset of our children in the hope that we can have a bright future. 50 years, what is there? What is there? I was recently, I visited ICAC, which is one of the first anti-corruption institutions in the world, created in 1970. What I came to learn is that they have fought corruption for the last 50 years. And now they've reached where now they're saying there's national success. And it's a deep ingrained belief that corruption doesn't. And people are very careful about even indulging in corruption. But it took them 50 years to reach the stage where they are. If you look at societies that are ruthless before corruption, Singapore is one of them. South Korea, Malaysia, where even prime minister sent to jail for corruption. Look at the economic performance of those countries. Look at the standards of living of the people in those countries. I know yesterday there was all these views around this. But there is direct correlation I wish to contend. The magic of Singapore is directly correlated to how they manage the resources and how they have fought corruption. We do not make apologies for fighting corruption. We don't. We have no apology to make for fighting corruption. And the fight against corruption, ladies and gentlemen, is not political, as we are made to believe. We are ruthless fighting corruption for the very reason that we want a bright future for our children. And there's something else you must remember. I'm simply prefacing before I come to the meat of what I'm speaking about. Because it's important to preface, understand the context, why we do what we do. One thing we must understand is that corruption is not a victimless crime. I hear things like, so why are you grabbing this property? What did she do to you? Corruption is not victimless, ladies and gentlemen. They are victims to corruption. Who are addressing the issue of this money? They are victims to all these things. A public officer stealing money, abusing his office, is unwittingly killing the Zambia. And when faced with a case of corruption, it doesn't matter what's for. From the standpoint of the National Corruption Commission, you pay here for it. Now, it will look like it's political, because maybe you have the political. But really, that's none of my business. If you dip your finger in the national cookie jar, you don't get away with it simply because you're a politician. It won't happen, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we have to be agreed as a nation. Do we mean to fight corruption? Do we really mean to fight corruption? If the answer is yes, then it means we have to be ruthless. No sacred cows. Read my lips. No sacred cows. I say, but there are people, some people are not being prosecuted. Have you reported? Have you reported? The Anti-Corruption Commission now has even anonymized whistleblowing. They've taken it to another level. You can anonymously report. So what stops people from reporting? Because that's a starting point. We can't simply say, the minister looks fat, or the DC looks fat since he was appointed. He must be corrupt. That's not how we take cases report. So the best I'm trying to say is that we must all be aware that corruption, ladies and gentlemen, is insidious, it's evil, it's deadly, it's despicable, it's unacceptable. Once we agree that it is an evil activity, we must be safe then to eradicate it. This is why we are not merciful to people that we think cannot justify what they want. This is why we've seen an acceleration in asset forfeiture endeavors. That is not because we have a poverty mentality. This is because people cannot justify what they have, or what they have is associated with crime. And the only recourse for us is to move them to forfeit those properties. I think that for us is key. Deprive the criminal or the suspected criminal of the proceeds of crime, and then remove them from their place. Restore the property, the rightful owners, the Zambia people. So, ladies and gentlemen, we must all be convinced that corruption is bad, and we must go for it. There must be national consensus. And also, it will take a long time. It's not overnight. Mindset change. I'm seeing young people here, sitting here. It's these that are the future for this country. Learning anti-corruption things today. They'll spread the message amongst the peers. That's how we build and renew society. We need to renew society. And sometimes corruption is open to play in front of our eyes. And we do nothing about it. It's said openly. I can give examples here, but I'm sure you get what I mean. Openly in our eyes, on our streets, in our roads. We want to pretend that is law enforcement. It is corruption. And it's unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Let me get back. Now, the subject to address is unveiling the transnational dimensions of illicit mining, exploring illicit financial flows in Zambia's mining sector. Now, we all know that mining is Zambia's mainstay. And to contextualize the importance of this industry in the country's economy becomes important. Now, the statistics are here and there, and more statistics, I think, given yesterday by the experts and authorities. You may not be agreed on the statistics, but I also have my statistics. Copper reserves are estimated to be in excess of 1.02 billion metric tons of copper. Copper constitutes 65% of the country's exports. More than 40% of the country's revenue comes from copper. The major mining investment projects in 2024 are estimated to be less to 70 billion United States dollars. This shows the significance of mining and why we need to have orderly exploration and development of the mineral resources so that we can maximize economic benefit. This is why when corruption appears on the scene, we must deal with it. Now, since we're talking about illicit or illegal mining, it's important for me to define. But simply, illegal mining is that mining activity that is undertaken without the state's permission. It's a mining that you undertake without a permit, without a license, without following procedure. In short, there's no regulatory oversight in this kind of mining. You are extracting minerals, precious minerals, without following proper procedures. So your activity is not lawful. And we know that it also involves use of dangerous and harmful equipment, devices, chemicals, and often, sometimes, occurs in protected areas, privately, without permission, in violation of environmental and safety regulations. And we know it can occur on the surface, underground. We've seen on the copper belt here people being buried underground while engaging in illegal mining. Also, it occurs in closed mines, abandoned mines, and sometimes, as I came to learn in the Northwestern Province, even at mines that are operating. It might involve trespassing on active or decommissioned mining sites, national parks, historic sites, ad infinitum. Lawlessness, in short. Lawlessness, plain lawlessness. Section 12 of the Mines and Mineral Development Act is clear to the effect that the person shall not explore for minerals or carry on mining operations, mineral processing operations, or gold panel, except under the authority of the mining rights, mineral processing license, or gold panel certificate. But we see this activity being undertaken outside the stipulation of Section 12 of the Act. Now, we know that illicit mining thrives because it is lucrative. Otherwise, why would it be thriving? So on the one hand, you have deep pockets. These are the people you don't see on the sides. These are the people that don't get buried underground. They're the ones who put things somewhere and enjoying the loot. You don't see them. They don't get arrested. These are the ones I'm interested in as DPP. Those are my interests. So on the one hand, you see these guys on the left. On the other hand, you have a desperate collection of citizens that have no means of survival. So they must indulge in some activity and earn an income. And no doubt, the Mining Act recognizes artisanal mining. But even that activity has to be licensed. But what we see is that people are indulging in this activity without licensing. Now, because illicit mining operates outside the law, it has damaging consequences, and these consequences are obvious. They are harmful impact on the environment, habitat, animal life, no doubt. The use of environmentally dangerous equipment, devices, and chemicals puts illegal miners' health at risk, with serious consequences on public health. Usually, the working environment is unsafe, resulting in accidents and loss of lives. We recently saw this in South Africa. And in South Africa, the minister went, I'm sure you saw it. The minister announced we are not rescuing anyone. We are waiting for them to come to the surface so that we can arrest them. Zambia have taken another approach. We actually compensate the families. We are a Christian nation. So we look after our people. Oh, someone said they buy coffins. Yeah. But these are the
consequences that result.
In some
jurisdictions, and even here on the Copper Belt, illegal mining has resulted in violent conflicts in communities.
In
certain jurisdictions, for example, it has been cited as a contributing factor that escalates and sustains violent conflict. And also the sale of illegally extracted minerals
is also
seen as an important source of revenue for militias, warlords, organized criminal groups, and in some cases, terrorist organizations. Most debilitating, I think, for Zambia is that illegal mining results in loss of revenue for government. Because illicit mining operations do not pay taxes, do not pay mineral royalties or fees. But they make humongous profits.
But also, we see that there's a violation of
human rights, especially
when children are
deployed
as child labor.
And this is a violation of vulnerable communities that are desperate.
So children
are looped in
and are sent
on these sites
and paid
pittance, literally.
I
know here we've glorified it.
People are called
and all this glorification and all these, you know.
As chief
prosecutor, I call that organized crime. That's the name, organized crime. That's what it is. It's criminality. And it has devastating consequences on the economy. And you know, because illegal mining is a crime, of course. And its nature is criminogenic, meaning that it spawns other crimes. It will lead to corruption, it will lead to so many other things. Money laundering, tax evasion.
So what I've just described
causes significant challenges to governance and economic stability in Zambia. We have seen an increase in crime resulting from illegal mining activities. Finished mineral products of mining houses are pilfered. Copper products that come from the DRC in transit through Zambia to various ports are fraudulently presented as having produced in Zambia to evade tax. We have seen an emergence of illegal smelters on the Copper Belt and Northwestern Province. The owners don't own mines. We know who the owners are. And these illegal smelters process or they recast stolen copper. That's what they can do. This in itself is organized criminality. They falsify documentation to enable reshipping of stolen materials. The question is, we are not seeing enough of these people brought to account. Now, as DPP, I sit in my office. I'm waiting for a docket to show that someone has violated these things.
And I don't
receive a docket.
So we have
a problem somewhere.
But we have
a plan to resolving that situation. Now what are the solutions as I wind up? We need to get all law enforcement agencies to work together to fight illegal mining. Presently, we have an interagency framework which comprises 21 agencies. And all law enforcement agencies are part of the interagency. And we are poised to extend our operations on the Copper Belt and the Northwestern Province.
Now, of course, we have
no budget line for the interagency framework, but we do not use that as an excuse for failure to act. We are determined. It's been active in Lusaka. We want to extend it to the Copper Belt because this is the heartland of the illegalities that we are discussing. We are determined to succeed. We want to put together a dedicated team which will investigate and prosecute offenders involved in illegal mining and associated crimes. We know that they are powerful beneficiaries of this illegality, no doubt. But if we do not take action now, we shall live to regret later as a nation. We must deal with the illegal smelters that have proliferated on the Copper Belt and Northwestern provinces. As I said, we have a fairly good idea who is behind this. And as most of these crimes are economic crimes, we shall present them before the Economic and Financial Crimes Court for quick resolution within 5 months. Now, of course, one of the things that doesn't help in our quest to fight this crime is that the penalties and sanctions under the Mines and Minerals Act, number 11 of 2015, if you look at the offenses section from around 102 to 114, those sanctions are inadequate. Usually they're just slap on the wrist, pay a fine, and then continue what you're doing before. There's always an alternative. Pay a fine or. Now, if you're reaping profits, you can factor in your business plan of illegality, you can factor in a fine to be paid. So the law clearly needs to be strengthened, because the penalties do not reflect the seriousness of illegal mining. We need severe sanctions in this regard. South America has shown they've stiffened their laws. Serious jail terms for illegal mining and infractions in this regard. One of the things that we need to deal with, apart from strengthening the law, is to ensure that setting up of mineral processing plants without lawful authority is really punished. Possession of equipment and chemicals used in illegal mining needs to be severely dealt with. The need for strong regulation of the mining sector is beyond question. Now, you can ask me, successive governments, didn't they know that the mining sector needed to be strongly regulated? Because it's the mainstay of the economy. Surely it's a no-brainer, isn't it? It's a no-brainer. This is a sector that puts bread on the national table, and then you leave it to its own whims. Strong regulation, I advocate and I contend, is needed. Now, lastly, when it comes to illicit financial flows, the guru is seated there, the Director General of the Financial Intelligence Center. So I'll just nibble and conclude. But you know, illicit financial flows in Zambia's mining sector present themselves in various forms and mechanisms. And we know these include transfer pricing manipulation, profit shifting to low tax jurisdictions, and now I'm talking about legitimate mining houses. We know the illegal mining, everything is illegal there. Now I'm coming to those ones that have a legitimate status, that do not pay their fair share of prices. In fact, most of them don't even pay tax. So profit shifting to low tax jurisdictions, under declaration of exports, over invoicing and underpricing, false accounting, and falsification of documentation. And these malpractices are often facilitated by other illegal activities, such as corruption and money laundering. And all these are exacerbated because of weak regulatory regime, the weak oversight. And it's like we are looking the other side, deliberately look the other side, so that they continue doing the things this side. And all these that I've described are indulged by individuals and companies to simply minimize their tax obligations. Now, trade misinvoicing is a reality affecting the Zambian mining industry. I have an old statistic from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, which reports that our country alone accounts for more than 65% of all African trade misinvoicing in copper.
That's serious. And the trade misinvoicing in Zambia is dominated by export under invoicing. And you know, it creates two sets of losses to the Zambian economy. The first set of loss of revenue, the first set is of loss of revenue. And this would otherwise have been received through custom duties, value-added tax, income tax, mineral royalties. The second set of losses relate to the transfers of income and wealth out of domestic earnings, usually into wealthier jurisdictions, permanently removing it from the domestic economy. The social costs attendant to trade misinvoicing undermines sustainable growth in living standards, and it exacerbates inequalities and social divisions. Remember, I said corruption is not a victimless crime. I'll give you some examples. Switzerland is one of the jurisdictions which presents a special case for illicit financial flows for Zambia. For example, for more than 2 decades, Zambia reported Switzerland as a destination for more than half of its copper exports. Yet Switzerland reported no such imports from Zambia. Shocking. Zambia also shows significant copper export underpricing in its trade with China. The research has also shown that Zambia's copper exports to China are significantly underrecorded. Now, in the continuum of all this rot that I'm describing, there's a Zambian there facilitating. Happily so, with no consequences on his liberty. According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Economic Development in Africa, report of 2020, trade misinvoicing, the under-declaration of exports, and other fraudulent trade malpractices cost Zambia about 12.5 billion between 2013 and 2015 alone. If we're able to reap 12.5 billion, we wouldn't need any foreign help. We'll be able to run our economy. I'll leave the rest to the DG. Lastly, I was going to give examples of copper mines and some of the prosecution that has been undertaken against the big copper mining giants and the sanctions that they have visited them as a result of their infractions. But I think I'm constrained for time. I'll not delve into that. But in conclusion, I'll simply say we need to work together as law enforcement. The National Prosecution Authority, under the auspices of the interagency framework, is ready to lead prosecutor-led investigations to nip in the bud the issue of illegal mining. And also, all these elaborate tax avoidance schemes that are simply immoral and corrupt, and we should not even glorify them. But the Zambian nature is, as long as there's someone benefiting somewhere, we do everything to ensure that nothing happens. But that's why law enforcement comes in and prosecution comes in. We are determined to nip this in the bud. We know capacity building is extremely important. We need to build capacity because of the complexity of the mining sector and taxation. We need to build capacity in law enforcement agencies. And I can say that the British government, working with Basel Institute of Governance, is assisting in that area. And there are many other cooperating partners that are assisting in training our investigators. Because I think that is critical. And we cannot overdo capacity building. And I think that because mining is our mainstay, we have to capacitate.
our prosecutors in this regard.
And then, instead of working in the proverbial silos, work together. Bring in private sector. Work together with law enforcement and prosecution. We are ready to do that. And this is why we are extending the interagency framework on the Copper Belt. Brief remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A lot of takeaways from there. The last part, we ask this question of us the right to okay, so let's start by perhaps define some issues in our panel discussion. Let me start with Director General Financial Justice. Okay, hello? Okay, mic is ready? All right. What is this financial goals? I have. Thank you. The invitation, I think, to come and share with colleagues like mine on this important subject. Simply illicit financial flows or IFFs as a whole. This is a transfer of funds normally that have an illicit. Thank you very much. How much is Zambia losing in terms of illicit financial flows? And maybe you can also give us your assessment of how accurate these estimates are. The issue of measurement of illicit financial flows, for me, has now become a euphemism for inaction. Over the last 10 years, the country has been discussing how much Zambia loses in illicit financial flows. This, on the record, I don't think that should be the discussion. Doing calculations, statistics of how much the loss is. The focus ought to be two: prevention and detection. Why should we be scoring for criminals? Say over the last 10 years, this is how much they have taken. Rather, we should be at the gate to stop it. When it happens, we should be able to detect and prevent it even better. But to answer your question, strictly in terms of what they are, in terms of measurement, the answer is you will never know. Because of the nature of the virus, because of the commingling of licit and illicit funds. Let me give you an example. We have been discussing since yesterday the issue of illegal mining and legal mining. I put it to you that there is a huge symbiotic relationship between the legal mining and illegal mining. Very quick example. GPP has just indicated that some of the illegal mining is happening in legal mines. Now, here's an example. Technically, for our site, what the mining site. In the night, illegal mining has paid security officers money to access the legal site. Bribes, corruption. They will take the ore in areas that are probably have the most, a good grade in the list. That's one. Two, the contractor that you contract to take your concentrate out of the legal mine to say smelt, what do they do? They, in addition to the container that you see, will have a bucket underneath that will take legal concentrate out of mining site. Three, the transportation of the concentrate from one site to another. In transit, the theft that's happening. All that ends up in the centers that DPP has just mentioned, illegal smelters, illegal processors. So that's coming from there. That's one relationship. What's the other relationship? Over the last 10 years, I have wondered who buys the minerals from the illegal miners. I now have an answer. It's actually bought by some legal miners. That's what completes the cycle. How do I know? If you look at the financial activity of the legal mine, they are withdrawing huge sums of money, cash. They are using those huge sums of cash to buy illegal copper. And that money from the illegal miners are sit back in the banking system, deposited by the illegal miners. In the end, you will never know what's legal, what's illegal, because the legal miner will then export the copper and we will call that legal. A little complicated, but emphasizing why the focus should not be on measuring. The focus should be on prevention and detection. But to your question, over the last 9 months, we've just done a simple exercise. This is to say, okay, these individuals that are depositing these monies, where are they coming from? We establish who is paying them, are they paying taxes? They are not. 3 billion over 9 months. Is that all there is? Definitely not. We think we're scratching the surface. So the problem is a lot bigger than we have started to deal with. Therefore, to act as like civil society, my advice is forget the statistics, forget the measurement, put effort, advocacy in prevention, in getting better laws. That will give us value. We have been at this issue of measuring how much they are for a long time. That won't give us value. Let's detect, let's prevent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to Fazan. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Yes, okay. Let me start off because this discussion is not just illicit financial flows. It is trying to understand the relationship between corruption and illicit financial flows, and from a regional perspective. So, in the case of Zimbabwe, where you're from, let me start off by just giving us an overview. What is the state of corruption in Zimbabwe? And is the situation improving or getting worse?
Thank you for coming to Zambia with a lot of similarities. We've got a lot of similarities. We are both at the age of the entrepreneurs, the laborers, the Zimbabwe National Revolution, the Zambia Anti-Corruption Conference. There's a lot to perform. And I believe that even the state corruption is almost the same with reformation. And same for Zambia, it's a good thing that you saw that data and says that corruption is in our case, I think that it's 77. And in our case, in 24 for the past 2 years, it's 4. 24 on the island, 0 being the most likely having been in this round, and the regional average is 30. So we're going quite badly as far as the corruption percentage is concerned. And corruption is not really progressive, and the aggressive, and also it's the private sector, the public sector, as well as the national resource agencies. And it's unfortunate that most of the focus for the past years has always been on the public sector. And it's only in the recent past that we also wanted to realize to say, oh, that we like our women to say, actually the private sector is playing a big role as far as corruption is concerned. We have a situation where we have actually corruption in our countries, so we found shares to sanitize corruption. We've got terms like minority, we've got terms like inside. So if I do something, we have to do something for me. So all those things shows how we have accepted corruption. And as Transparency International Zimbabwe, we're saying corruption is affecting everyone. It's affecting the youth, it's affecting us, the working class, it's affecting even the government positions, etc. It's how we have to look at it. You mentioned directly to say corruption is not a victimless crime. We are the victims of corruption. And it is our duty to also change the mindset. We have accepted corruption, yes, but also it's our duty to also say no to corruption. The quantifying of corruption shows that quantification of corruption, for example, in our case, there's a famous old mafia documentary which came out. It shows that Zimbabwe is losing 1.5 billion to gold smuggling alone. What about the platinum? What about the lithium and all the other minerals? The reason why quantification is important is also to make us be outrageous. You know, if you're not outrageous, you're not paying attention. Imagine what 1.5 billion could do. I mean, it has 100 million, 200 million, 750 million to a billion, 0.5 from one mineral. One of the other minerals that we're having. That's how bad corruption is in Zimbabwe. And of course, we have been making strides in terms of adopting means and ways of minimizing corruption. We've got the Money Laundering and Process of Crime Act is amended. Now has a good, it is a good, section on unexplained wealth orders. Usually it was the duty of the previous, it was the duty of the prosecutor to prove that if a safe Fadzai is corrupt, you have to give the evidence in a criminal matter. But now the unexplained wealth orders, it's like moving the proof, the burden of proof from the prosecution to Fadzai the accused to say if they are saying that you got your money through illicit means, then prove to us that you got the money through legal means. So the burden of proof is actually assisting and helping. But of course, as any other standard country, convictions remain quite low. We've got 10 anti-corruption courts, specialized anti-corruption courts. But as you see, corruption in nature is very, it fights back, number one. Number two, it's very expensive to fight. Number three is the level of political will which is required for us to be able to fight corruption. Hence, the conviction rates remain low. But we think that we have the courts, that's also a plus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me move on to Elijah. I think the DPP had mentioned issues to do with lots of revenue losses. So, if you look at it from public finance management, what is the cost of corruption and illicit financial flows on African countries?
Thank you so much. First of all, on behalf of my executive director for the Center for Trade Policy and Development, would like to just thank TIZ for inviting us. We're excited to be here. But also, let me just mention that our moderator is the economics lecturer. So, regarding the question, I'm reminded of all the tests and quizzes we used to write back in university. But let me start, I think, especially speaking on the Zambian context. We look at, for example, the wrong projections for this year. The IMF estimates that Zambia is expected to grow at about 1.2% of our GDP, which is quite sluggish, especially if we have to make a dent on poverty. So that's just the background in terms of where we are economically. But also we have to think about in terms of the poverty situation in the country. So the recent statistics, we are told that about 60% of our people are living in poverty. That means if I were to count 60 out of 100 people are here, chances are that they are living in poverty. You know, so we have to make a dent on that to reduce the poverty level and also grow our economy. And how do we do that? I remember when I was in university, it taught me that, you know, growth is a function of we have a private investments, we have government expenditure, we have a consumption, which is consumer demand. You know, but to do that, for example, in the case of government, when we fund the budget, you know, they need money to be able to do that. I think you've heard a lot of statistics that have been mentioned in terms of how much we're losing, which I think I agree with the director here, that those are just the estimates, right? It could even be more, it could be less, but the truth is that's the money that we use to fund our budget. We can fund our, for example, our health sector, our education sector as well, and that's what we are seeing in Zambia, but also in the region, most of these developing countries. Take, for example, health. I'm privileged to be married to a doctor. She tells me how when you look at the doctor to patient ratio, about 1,000 patients to one doctor, and that's just an estimate. And I see the distress. So if we're going to make sure that we employ more health personnel, we hire a lot of doctors, we need to have enough resources. We go to the education sector as well. Those are key development challenges that I'm talking about. As a Center for Trade Policy and Development, we've been conducting a lot of studies where we go to the schools. Obviously, to the government's recommendation, we now have free education, but we still need to do more in terms of hiring more teachers, so that the children in school, have enough teachers, but also they are where to sit. Not too long ago, I visited one of the colleges there, and then we are sitting on the floor in this day and age. But all of those are budget issues. We need to have enough resources to be able to fund them. But also, Mr. Moderator, when I look at the risk financial flow, I think one of the things we don't pay attention to this because, again, it taught me what the concept of what a flow is. It means these resources are flowing out in many cases of the country, and they are going to developed countries. These economies, they are already buoyant, they are growing, and the poverty levels are high. But that's where they are going. So we need those resources in Zambia, but in many cases they go to developed countries, and then we remain desperate. So again, it's another issue that we need to be able to look into because we continue losing these scarce resources. So overall, in terms of development, we are where we are. Number one, because we are failing to be able to capture these resources that we desperately need, and as a result, our economy continues to be, in the problems. I was just looking at the poverty levels for Copper Belt action. Copper Belt by 2015, poverty was estimated at about 80% of the Copper Belt population were living in poverty. And when we talk about poverty, it's seeming nice now, but it's not a good way. But fast forward to 2022, you would have thought, because this is where the minerals are, the Copper Belt, right? The most famous province in Zambia. We get to 2022, poverty levels have increased, just like it did for the entire country. So that means we are retrogressing, and we need these resources that we can invest in our communities, and also even in our key sectors. But also, you also told me that I'm supposed to summarize as an economist. I'm not supposed to speak about. So I should be mindful of that. But also, we have our social protection. Look, about 78.8% of the Zambian rural population are living in poverty. That means we need to strengthen our social protection. Currently, I have not mistaken, about the 400 kwacha per month is given to those that are most vulnerable, which is quite insignificant. If you look at the heightened inflation levels, but also, just the cost of living in general. So we need to fund more so that we can include more people on that program. But we lack resources. And what happens is if we can't generate resources, we can't capture resources, we're going to look outside and we begin to contract debt. And we have seen what has happened in the last couple of years in terms of the debt distress, the debt trap, and also it cost our government a lot. So I think in sum, to be able to fund our economic programs, the social sector, and generally just the overall of the economy, we need to have these resources that we can invest in instead of losing the resources to already developed economies.
Thank you very much. I must say that I'm very impressed. Okay, just going deeper into the networks, and I think the network had mentioned also the DPP. What are some of the methods that we use to transfer these funds before we do station?
Thank you, moderator. And I think that my panelists have also mentioned that what was one share it for session to seek action aid and give the partners quite some time, but also as action aid, the topic given today is also something that's very clear. The work we do in fighting poverty, and that's for me. I'm also an economist, but I will not close by the moderator. But I think looking at the topic at hand, I think the GPP adequately define what those are, but for us as partners and also as advocates, we also want to highlight the nature of this financial growth moving across borders. It's not only money, it's also assets and capital. So I've been looking at various types of this financial growth in detail. I want to speak to all of them. I think a couple of them have been mentioned. Tax avoidance, for instance, tax evasion, which is the illegal version of that. And I think there have been discussions around the interaction between the illegal ASM, for instance, and the legal mines that we have here in Zambia. There are also other management such as keep stopping, trade, missing invoicing, which have also been highlighted. So I think I'll just speak to particularly looking at keep shopping. I think this is something that has been grappling with as Zambia for a number of years. We've done a few studies around double taxation agreements. And but just for a bit of background, when it comes to treaty shopping, as countries, I think, as private sector actors, I think one of the big issues around international business, around international taxation, is the fact that how to tax these multinational companies who are operating in various jurisdictions, various continents, various regional economic groupings, and how we address this basically through these double taxation agreements, which we draw as financial partners. And for us in developing countries, although double taxation agreements have had a good cause to solve this problem of overtaxing, for instance, I think when it comes to developing countries, it's quite problematic, given that they have become vessels or vehicles used for attracting foreign direct investment, or justifying why we should tax less foreign companies. So for us as actually, we find it quite problematic. Given that, for instance, Zambia, we have about 22, if I'm not mistaken, active double taxation agreements. These are available on the ZRA website. And when you go on the website, you see that it's pretty much a showcase for these multinational companies to choose how and which country they can deal with, which will minimize the amount of tax they pay. And this is a very problematic avenue for these financial flows. Here in Zambia, but not only in Zambia, as a region, I think there are over 300 active double taxation agreements in force at the moment. Secondly, I think I'll speak to trade invoicing. I think the DGP touched on this. We have quite a big challenge in Zambia, particularly when it comes to the enforcement of how we handle our exports. So I think looking at a report given by the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development, that's UNCTAD, they estimate that for developing countries that are mineral resource rich, such as Zambia, we can be losing up to 7% of our export value through trade with this invoicing alone. This is a big concern. I think it's something we need to pay a bit more attention to as nations, particularly in African region where we have this dependence on mineral resources, and we have this challenge of these international flows, be it in informal, artisanal, small-scale mining, or the bigger, larger companies.
Thank you very much. And Fazali, I'll come back to you. You have given something which I think my audience is interested to know. The famous gold standard. Which are right? In Zimbabwe. I just want to know, maybe asking the question broader. How does corruption in this financial law manifest itself in the extractive industry? What lesson can we draw from the infamous gold standard?
With the group members of four things that the first one is, of course, the discussion with disciplinary changes. Is really to discuss how it actually happens from the minor to the senior jurisdiction. It also shows how bribery is stronger, how everyone wants to eat with the mining sector, though it's a lot of bribes which are happening, public officials being propose and processes to the decision, also the reporting of the board. And also there is a lot of state capture, which they recognize. How public figures are actually misusing their position. Big names you mentioned, even if the appetite process and the big name is thrown to you, automatically take them off. So in state capture, how policies are being drafted to benefit the private sector and also the political exposed persons, which is a complex where even if you to trace as anti-corruption activists, if you have to trace the minds that are doing it, if you have to trace we call them professional enablers, their lawyers, their accountants, who are well in these issues. And lastly, the weak oversight. Corruption thrives where there is legal oversight. The role of the oversight bodies was not as effective as it was supposed to be. So the lessons learned, social corruption transparency remains that in this. How are we not following on the political elites and also the expert reports? Who is responsible for which stamp on the export report before it goes out? We have to monitor on that. We have to monitor that with our minerals. So move from gold to all the other minerals, move from Zimbabwe to all the other countries within the region. The South Africa, there is Zama's, the illegal miners. We've got copper from Zambia being moved from this jurisdiction to China to Switzerland. So who is responsible for the export reports? We should question that. And the other thing to do with legislation, we do have good legislation, but are we implementing the provisions of the legislation? Are we criminalizing corruption as we should? There's so many nice terms. This financial flow sounds nice. It sounds so good, but at the end of the day, it's theft. It's theft, and the good laws which are talking about how we should prosecute theft. What should we do to put them behind us? So we have these terms, and then we find a loophole within the legislation to say, there is not any criminal legislation criminalizing this type of. Because, like I said, the American made professional workers. We are being used because the money is prevented. However, the way it's destroying our nation is so bad. And if you ever watch the program here, we should go watch it. Of course, nothing in Zimbabwe, but I'm sure it's just happening in that same secret team advanced way.
Thank you very much, Zan. I like to bear, I like to picture the DPP there. So I want you to comment on the operation of the with special reference to our own board standing.
Of course, that on our own board countries. Submit an application in court that the proceedings should be income and principally because of the breach of national security. And we did the court with another that the proceedings should become. So obviously, I cannot go delve into the details. Except to say that when people down into illegalities, like we saw during that period. They're not going to go unpunished. They will not go unpunished. We may have had a few setbacks in the day. However, read my lips. Your people should use it. Read my lips. They will not go unpunished. On the prosecution side, we are determined. We are not only actors in the justice sector. We are different actors. What we do is we bring our cases forward and we hope for the So we are unrelenting on that issue. It doesn't come to solving the conflict. The reason is we don't want other Zambians to think they can fight. So we're not going to let it rest. We won't rest. So we need prosecution, law enforcement, and the courts. We have to work together. If we all believe in the same objectives, that we must fight corruption, there shouldn't be a problem why we shouldn't work together. We are all motivated about sanitizing society. So that's how I can go.
Thank you very much. That's good enough. Okay. Mr. Kennedy, just to reflect perhaps a give deeper regional perspective, what is the role of financial interest in combat illicit financial flows and all of these criminal things we are talking about?
Thank you. Sandy, Chairman of the Anti-Money Laundering Committee. So I have a fairly good view of what's happening in the region vis-a-vis financial flows and cooperation between FIUs. The views are fairly mixed. The best place for you to understand what's happening is read the mutual evaluation reports by the FHF on the way each of these countries' systems are working. But specifically, FIUs exchange information in a very swift, sometimes informal manner that allows us to know what's happening about our citizens in the next country. We have had some good in one way, but embarrassing in other ways experiences some of our neighbors. There's particularly one to our south that has done extremely well in alleging this country of contraband that's going out of that. Now, when they do, and this has happened mainly with regards to Rose Cola, within that, there will be no report that will be known about some illegal transportation of the merchandise. When it gets to a neighboring country, they'll flag it and ask if we know about it, and we will not know. That's one case. Another case, I did travel to some country following up on some issue around illicit financial flows, huge dollar amounts. What they told me is that we can't have more information than you because you are the source country. That says a lot about our country and the system that we have to export copper, to export rosewood that's going through our border. How is it that that report is not with us, but it's with the different country? That's a positive side in terms of cooperation. On the negative side, there are still some issues that we grapple with. For example, harmonization of laws. The issue of illicit financial flows. I was at a meeting last week with the issue. We couldn't agree just on the definition of what illicit financial flows are. So the issue there is what you consider illicit in your country may not be illicit here, therefore that
hinder cooperation. And therefore, the discussion now is how we, as a Zambia community, begin to harmonize laws and practices to ensure that we are better able to fight the vice. As a matter of fact, a lot of this terminology helps when it comes from financial action task force, because then there is agreement across the board. At the moment, this definition is not universally agreed. Therefore, that becomes an impediment in fighting corruption. But generally, FIUs in the region do reasonably exchange information, and that helps with the fight against this issue.
Thank you very much. Elijah, talking from a regional perspective in terms of trade, which international frameworks or initiatives can we as civil society take advantage of in terms of enhancing this fight against corruption and financial flows from the perspective of trade?
Thank you so much, Mr. And just remind you that the chief prosecutor have to make sure you're here and give factual information. That was the right to know. Yeah, but to that question, and it's one of the things that as a state of the policy and development, we have been actively involved in terms of international cooperation. We realize that some of the challenges that we are facing, whether it's illicit financial flows, requires some component of, to a larger extent, international cooperation. Like the director I think mentioned, because when we export, for example, the receiving countries who also, because they are also now importing, so they have the data. So we need to have that data exchange, strengthened. And also, if we can get that information sharing, I think that would be great. So one of the things that we have been pushing for regional, obviously working with other regional organizations like the TJNA, is to have an international framework that is inclusive, but also equitable. I think to some of the people who are here might be aware of, for example, the UN tax convention that is being pushed for. I think we feel that will be representative, especially of developing countries like Zambia, because it will also enhance the information sharing mechanism to be strengthened. I know we have the OECD in some of the frameworks in terms of taxation that are currently putting up in place. But we feel because when most of those frameworks are being designed, you think of Zambia, where are we as a country in terms of ability to contribute to its combination? So we have been pushing for such frameworks. We have developed quite a few papers around that, but also working with other regional organizations to make sure that we champion that. If outlet we don't have with the proposed UN tax convention, for example, but at least we need to have a system that will enable that aspect of information sharing. Because currently what is happening is that developing countries in Africa, especially, we are losing these resources. For us, we'll call them illicit. But the truth is, when they get to these countries, they are not considering them as illicit. They even capture them in their national economies, right? So we need to make sure that we are good, because we're the ones, all the billions, the 12.5 billion, $4 billion we are mentioning, we have to say we are losing, but on the other side, they are gaining. So our call is can we have an international framework that is actually inclusive as well as fair, right? So that we can be able to exchange information, because like most of our problems will be solved. In terms of even the importing of the value, the export production, because where we're exporting, whether it was in an illegal means, the receiving country, they tend to have that data. And most of these countries, because they have been in terms of technology and capacity as well, they are able to detect. So they can't make a mistake in terms of what they have imported into their country. So our call has been, can we be able to have a framework that will allow us to get that information from this country? They tell us, oh, Zambia, for us to report that we have exported 500 metric tons of copper, but to since the receiving country was able to get, for example, maybe 800 metric tons of copper, so we can take care of the discrepancies. Yeah, so it's some of those things that we have been working towards.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. Lastly, before I open it up for questions, I know you have questions, right? Yes. Let me just ask my last question, which is, I think there's been a lot of mention that
people behind all these benefits and exploitation of our copper, our gold, everything else. Just a comment from you. Why is beneficial ownership transparency important in fighting illicit financial flows? What are we doing in Zambia?
Thank you, Bryce, for that question. I think beneficial ownership, I think it's a concept that's been thrown around quite a lot over the last 2 days. But I think for the extractive industry, we know that largely they are driven, or the industry is driven by big multinationals, like I mentioned. And we find that a lot of these multinationals operate within a network of various companies, and it happens to the ultimate beneficiary of these companies, of the profits, and how these resources are used. So beneficial ownership in Zambia, it's very important that we have guidelines, that we have laws that respond to ensuring that there's transparency around where and who owns these resources, who owns these companies, where are they going. And as Zambia, I think we've had various strides when it comes to ensuring that beneficial ownership is enshrined in our laws. We have the background currently working on beneficial ownership, and this has been following the review of the law in about 2017. And I think since then, there have been initiatives through organizations like EITI who have championed beneficial ownership in the extractive industry. I just want to highlight that it's very important to the industry that we have this data to ensure that moving forward, it's like the first step to ensure that we are much more transparent, that there's less corruption. But in the long term, we also have much more long-term players that ultimately benefit the Zambian people when it comes to investment, when it comes to ensuring that we add value and benefit from the tax resources that we get from this.
Thank you very much. So that's the end of my question. It's now open for questions. So many answers. Okay, so can we develop an approach of using by regional questions? I'll start with the first region. We have questions inside. Okay, this region we have 2 questions. Okay, we need a mic. Someone to help us. We have 2 questions in the what we call the Western region.
Good morning. My name is Mara Gonda, the University of Sweden. Thank you so much for the panel. I have 2 questions. The first one follows a comment that I often wonder how it is that after so many years, our mining sector is so chaotic. And I think many ordinary Zambians don't understand the intricacies and the challenges in the sector. But then on one hand, you can understand that this confusion benefits a few people. And I'm thinking now with this energy transition and the demand on our minerals, do we get the sense that there's genuine move towards fixing the challenges in the sector, or is it about to get worse? Then the second question is addressed to the DPC on the interagency framework. Just to understand a little bit what you think is required for the framework to be effective in its operations. I recall you said that you don't have a budget, but you are committed. And I'm not sure whether commitment alone is sufficient. So maybe you could give us a bit of detail in terms of what you think would make the agency, the framework.
Thank you very much. I think there was one more question in this region. Then we move on to the central region. Yes.
Thanks, moderator. Thanks to the panel for the insight. My name is William Okano from Lagos. My question is on illicit mining. How illicit is illicit mining? For example, we are coming from tip to Chicago, where we visited or passed through a find a process, legal mining here. but it's a mine directly. And there is a lot of, you can see pictures. And there are also young people who are living somewhere and clearly see that this is an illegal mine. And the question is the extent of illegal mining a challenge or an aspect that has come in because of neglect from the state? Are we turning a blind eye and taking it as illegal mining? Or is it something that we just let go to happen because we do not have sufficient power to break the state? Is illegal mining really illegal?
All right, so we'll move on to other questions in the center and then we'll pause so that then we can allow the panelists to respond. Okay, let's start here. The front. Yes.
So my name is Saudi Molina from Eco. My question goes to CTP. Are we doing away with all the city companies in preference to the UN tax convention? Or will there be any implication of doing away with all the city companies?
Okay. That's the gentleman next step.
Thank you very much and good morning. My name is Derek from the I didn't get your next position. So my two questions are very so the GDP. How is it possible that the non-Zambian owns the mine? Then my second question, what measures is your institution doing to create a free corruption area? Then my other question is for the pursuits.
So can you just have two maximum? Yes. Oh, yes, that's fine, guys. Okay. Mr. Dark in front here, you have a question. Maximum 2 questions. And kindly target your question so that it's clear who you are related to.
Thank you so much. My question will go towards the director of the processes. But before I ask my question, when the DPP was taking the call, I felt that pain and the annoyed. Why I felt that pain, to see how much the property, money, is with a few individuals in our country. Secondly, I felt annoyed that us as Zambians, we see these people with an explained wealthy, and we look at them as models. We don't do anything. Thirdly, I thought to myself that these people, they didn't call them those involved in corruption. But for me, I say, these thieves, they should have that sense of shame. Why is it that, for example, today I'm Mr. Jaka, I'm at court. Tomorrow is my wife. The other day is my son. The other day is my daughter. On Friday is the last born child. I should be ashamed of myself. I didn't know that being a liquidator, I can become so rich. I think us as Zambians, let's take it upon ourselves that these things should have no room in our hearts. The public resources belong to all of us, not to few individuals. But we let all these things go unchecked. And I'm happy that the DPP is there now, and the FIC, the director is there now. I think we have the right people in these offices. We'll see things moving.
The question?
The question now is, yeah, they go on and on, we'll see. Section 12 of 2015, the Mines and Minerals Act, it provides for the duration of how one can do the mining. Mining area of say is the large scale mining, whereby the Act provides that the duration is 5 years. And you know again for the next 25 years. I think for me, I have a concern. The duration is too much. And during that period, 25 years, the owners of the mine, they start developing those gymnastics of how to get involved in the illicit, flows and whatever, how to get our minerals without preparing tax and so on. So, what is your take on that one, GPP, on the duration of the mining rights that is people are doing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take all the questions. Next, so please, I know Pastor Data is involved. I'll not mention much. So, but no speeches. Yes, I'm also a help. No speeches.
Sorry, I work for Zambia Land Alliance, and so land is my concern. My question is directed to the DPP, and I'm questioning his statement of the will to fight corruption. There is a lot of corruption in land. And not a long time ago, we had complaints from the Minister of Land complaining about corruption in his ministry. And for us as citizens, we saw symptoms of that by way of titles being issued on top of other titles. We saw titles being given to personal land without chief's consent, using false consent letters. So that all were indicators of corruption in land administration. There have been cases reported to us as Land Alliance of illegal acquisition and sale of land here on the border. Those cases, those individuals have been reported to the police. Even today, if they want to remind them, they have been reported up to 4 state borders. They have been reported to the Anti-Corruption Commission. They know about these cases. Nothing has been done. And for us, it seems the authorities that are supposed to investigate and arrest are complicity in corruption. So, Mr. DPP, how can you say you are serious about fighting corruption when the officials that are supposed to fight corruption are looking the other way after receiving reports? Nothing is happening. Maybe should we report to the president? Thank you.
Thank you very much. 2 more hands. Okay. Do we have enough questions for response? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. You can ask. Please be brief because we want to make the last question. Yes.
I will try.
Okay, just one question.
Okay. My name is Fletcher Mshimbo, and I'm from the Mining Workers Union. I'm very much interested in the artisanal and small-scale miners because we've been trying to organize these people in Wapol and all this. I made a comment. It's not a comment. You see, DPP, how I wish Minister of Mining was seated with you there. We have a situation where we build artisanal and small-scale miners in Wapol, say millennium of the chief or anyone else. And the complaint has been that they are called illegal miners because they don't want to be illegal miners, but because of the equipment and challenges they face in acquiring these mining rights. Why should one travel all the way from Wapol to acquire a mining grant, and not only in a day, but they will go out to stay there for a few days. And that's an expense for them. These are local people who have nothing much to talk about in terms of finances. And so for me, I feel maybe it's high time we start looking at decentralizing some of these government functions, such as the cadastre department. Yes, I know online and all those things, but I have my grandfather and grandmother who is in Kapongo, who doesn't know what smartphone looks like. So I think in that way, if we try to start decentralizing these things, maybe the issue of illegal mining was reduced. But the question to the director FIC is that why do we wait for these financial flows to happen? Wait for an appropriate time for the report to be released. Is it possible to detect these flows and act on them rather than waiting for that time when we see the report over around the billion? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to break from the Zambia Congress of my comment obviously goes to the DPP. First of all, just to indicate that the whole process of corruption is mostly the enablers and the Zambians. The enablers to the process of corruption for us as Zambia Congress are our members who work for these companies. There are people that are children and living in our country. The ones that also see the poverty levels that are existing in this country, but they have become enablers of the so-called foreign investors who are externalizing all the profits that they are making. My question is, how strong is the whistleblower protection policy in terms of ensuring that the whistleblowers, our members, because for us as a Congress of Trade Unions, we have resolved as a board to take a step in the fight against corruption. The reason is simple. We know that where there is corruption, it deprives the Zambians for the much needed resources that should enable and spearhead development in this country. Further, on our side as well as the campaign collective back, how do we protect our members who we want to help us build and help to become effective whistleblowers? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Interesting question. I will have two more in this section. Please, no speeches.
Thank you. My question to State Council and the DPP. I heard him clearly when he talked of inter-agency framework. Now, as from the security point of view, we have serious challenges in regards to investigations, the prosecutions of all these challenges which have been highlighted about how the mining is being affected, more especially that 40% of the industry generated from them. How do we report these matters to this interagency and when soon should we? In lastly, it's a request. I think my deputy CEO, Chief of Mines, also maybe assist me to incorporate the security liaison committee and Chief of Mines through this interagency framework to ensure when matters which are very serious as well are not imposed under the to the land. Thank you very much.
Okay, last question.
It's actually
It's a comment.
yeah. No.
Okay, comment.
I want to commend the two government institutions for being available. And I saw them yesterday, they're here today. Those of you that have been in this space the last maybe 10 years or so can speak to the fact that this is a new era. And sometimes we don't celebrate enough of ourselves. To have government institutions and the leaders of those institutions to stick with us is a sign of goodness. And I think that we need a bit more engagement and interaction, because these institutions are acting on our behalf. And by them, he's actually saying, they are stretching out their hand and say, hold me. And I think that at the heart of it is us as citizens. So essentially, it's paradigming. For us as civil society, for us as citizens, the officers are they are not as many as the 20 million plus of us. But let's use the information. They are available. I hope we can reach you in your offices and not just here, so that when we have information as others, your will be better. Because you don't do it for yourself, you do it on our behalf. So I want to. It wasn't like this. It was when we started. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's round of our questions. We have a lot of questions, so you bear with me. Yes, I will come, but you will ask your questions briefly. Let me allow the panelists to respond, and then we take the last and final question, because there will be too many questions. Okay? Typically, you have a number of questions to respond to around the interagency framework, how serious are you with corruption, and when others are looking the other way, decentralization of the licensing process, whistleblower protection, and then how exactly can someone report to the interagency framework? Can we have a minute for TPP to respond?
Thank you so much, moderator. The question around interagency, what is required for it to be effective? The answer is funding. But even without funding, we have not made any excuses. Some of the biggest cases that you've seen that have gone to court, including the gold scandal, it was an interagency effort. This is why we are extending to the corporate governance. Because also we've heard the cry from some of the mining houses on the need for effective investigation and prosecution of cases. At the end of it, of course, we know that there will be more revenue generated and hopefully more tax paid to the government. So the interagency framework is even more effective with funding, because they bring together 21 agencies. And I think good work is being done. And also, if there was good funding, we were going to have a new secretariat that would ably coordinate all the agencies. We have the heads of these agencies that meet every quarter. Then we have a technical committee that meets every other month to ensure that things are coordinated. But you see, there's no budgetary line from central government. So coordinating, even coming up with capacity building opportunities is not easy. We want to do more capacity building, joint operations, joint investigations, facets of crime, environmental crimes, including mining. And I think that under the interagency, we have a very, very good opportunity to meet most of these in part. There was a question about how is illicit mining illicit? Is the extent of illicit mining a challenge of the state, or they've just given it up? I think this is a challenge, serious challenge. I've seen it. I mean, I was in India where there's serious mining going on. Yeah. I met with the police and they pointed in a hill. They said, it's somebody there. It's happening there. There's no government presence. There's serious mining, people set up, and there are things that goes around with that mining. We have a lot of serious challenges arising. One of them is prostitution, for example. And I was even told a story of how it is now more lucrative to sell the HIV medication, ARVs, on a daily basis to the people that are illegal. Because that's one of the items. So you can see spawning other crimes. Then if you go to Mafinga, there's again illegal mining of top-grade copper, unregulated. So we challenge. But the solution is this challenge. I think that as long as these miners are licensed and they are trained and regulated so that then they can pay tax, I think we'll be in a good space. But here is a challenge. We can't run away from it. It's a challenge. I saw a clip on TV where there were thousands of people mining. And someone arrived and tried to tell them to go home. The problem is, what is the alternative that these people have? Because that's a source of income. So licensing, regulation to ensure they're working the same skills. And you know the details of Section 12 and other sections of the Mining Act. It's simple. You can own a license, of course, as an individual, but also as a company. And you must pay tax consequences. So if we have order in the sector, we are going to have better results. There was a question from Eric. Is it possible for a foreigner to become a miner? Of course, it is. The law allows it. You incorporate a company, a shareholder, and yes, indeed, you can run a mine. The issue is pay your taxes. Don't indulge in underhand activities, because then you face the brunt of the law and will not look the other side. And our institutions create the corruption is called National Prosecution Authority. Let me tell you, I can only speak from the standpoint of the National Prosecution Authority. We have zero tolerance for corruption. Do we have anyone from NPA here? And when I say zero, I mean that you can ask anyone who is here. We have 700 officers at 12. We are the 10 provinces. We mean that. We've been enforcing it. We've created an independent committee. We have promulgated 12 policies to deal with all facets of corruption, conflict of interest, bribes, sexual harassment in women, several others. We mean business. We are now undergoing a change process training with the Charter Foundation to see if we can alter mindset. I know it's a bit late, dealing with 30, 40, 50 years. We are gone by that time. Okay? But the NPA, we mean business. If I receive a report of corruption, that a prosecutor solicited for a bribe or received a bribe, we investigate, take those things very seriously. And everyone knows nothing is swept under the carpet. We mean business. We've established a portal where you can report corruption, your interactions with any entity in the criminal system. And I've no doubt that other institutions are doing the same. We need to do that. If we are going to work in this space, we must mean what we do. We must have intention and purpose, to ensure that we are operating well. I can't say more about that. different subject that I'm passionate about. The public service needs reform. We need serious transformation of public service. It cannot be business as usual. And there's that move. If you've heard the cabinet keeps moving forward, you can see the change. You know, the ship is being steered in a certain direction. We are trying to go into that. Mr. Daka, I hear your heart. And indeed, though you asked it, but it was literally a comment. And I can only hope that that is the sentiment of every example. The way you express, capture the essence of what we're dealing with. We have a section of our people that, as long as they're in a better place themselves, they've stolen and they're well, then we are all okay. No, we are not okay. You heard the statistics that we hold out. You know, rule of serious issues. Now you talk about large-scale mining. You said renewable 25 years. Of course, the justification there is the return on investment. These are huge investments. And in 5 years, if you have to attract investment and the investor has to return on investment, there has to be some sort of longevity for them to see that investment and have a return of investment. Because at the end of the day, there's a profit motive. But you demand the weaknesses alone. So I hear you. There's a bill right now, and the public is not precluded from making submissions. And you can raise these issues. You know, there are certain aspects in terms of regulation that are good in that bill. And I think for the first time we're going to have the mining sector regulated. But the concern that you raised is interesting, and our age committee of power. Mr. Patrick, regarding the way to corruption in land, I think improvements have been made. Now the system is there to avoid the corruption. I think the system is fulfilled, which reduces now this personal interaction with officials at land. I think this has been a step in the right direction. Smart Zambia has done a commendable job. Removed all these middlemen. But you see, we can't run away from the fact that we have corrupt actors in public service that are conniving with people. These things don't just happen. I have a title deed, and then on the piece of land, you also subsequently get the title deed. And no one notified you that you have been issued with the title deed. It means there's someone corrupt in the public service that has enabled. So, and those cases are many. Some of them are cases that order in civil action. They're not necessarily criminal, but we have done criminal cases and prosecuting. We are actually prosecuting. The you say some have been reported and not taken to court. You can private do those matters. Why does private exist? If a law enforcement agency is able to move to do what it's supposed to do, the DP can allow you to private prosecute. You get your own investigation. And you'll be allowed to prosecute the case. And that is in public. It's allowed, and it's allowed. And you know the history. Oh, check out this. Issues of corruption. You remember at one time, President Manwasa's charged for some days to investigate. But I can say that with the coming in of New Zealand, I think that it is remarkable. And if you saw in the media a day or two ago, the Minister of Land is pronounced.
how they're going to weed out fight
corruption. I think that was invigorating.
That was the breath of fresh air. And we look forward to action. Prosecution stands ready to prosecute all crimes.
Mr. Fleischer. I actually agree with you.
I agree with issues. The devolution should mean that the Ministry of Mines is present around the country.
We are basically, no, we don't call ourselves basically mining channel. And you know, the more income, if we evolve on aspect of mines, I think that we can have delivered to be sure that they are regulated. So you see, the aspect of safety is critical. And that's how they'll be able to pay taxes and upscale grow. So essentially, what you said. You captured the essence, you talked about genetics. And then we talked about protection in the whistleblower policy. That act, the public has a few weaknesses, but it is functional and it's useful. I have a bit of, there are certain innovations we can make to make it better, especially better secure the whistleblower. But it is functional and it should be used by the public. You know, there's no use in complaining. We know it's corrupt. They are corrupt. Police are not arresting them. They are not being prosecuted. Who has reported? Because it's you with the knowledge that law enforcement and consequently don't get programmed. And we check the matter. It doesn't matter who the individual is. I have to stress that. It doesn't matter who. I can even be more descriptive, but I'll end there. It doesn't matter who the individual is. Zero. So your members, you are one of the longest, you are a force to reckon with. Mine Workers Union, ZCTU. Your voice is impactful. And I think that invigorate your members to utilize the whistleblower avenues of the Anti-Corruption Commission, the Drug Enforcement Commission, even the National Prosecution Authority, including the police. Mr. Nyambe, how do you report to interagency framework? Again, if it's matters to do with corruption, you have those channels I've indicated, but you can also come to any National Prosecution Authority office and we'll deal with the matter. The whistleblower policy and avenues of SEC, I know they are working well. Now, sometimes our people, some of the things they report are not even issues of corruption, you know. So they will phone and you know, talk about a difference they had with someone, and, you know. Then later on complain, I reported you did nothing, you know. Again, we need to educate the public more. You know, one of the functions of the Anti-Corruption Commission is to educate the public regarding corruption. We need to do more of that. The last comment, thank you so much. That was a comment, I can't comment on it, where you talked about a new era. Indeed, it is a new era. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DPP. Can we please clap for him? Very comprehensive. Okay. I would like to call upon the FIC, yes, to respond to the questions as briefly as possible. Don't worry, I know what to do about the other section. Yes, please.
Thank you. There was a question, comment on why we talk about these things once a year. We actually deal with these issues every day. Over the last 9 months, we've sent about 500 reports related to illegal mining worth $3 billion. The Zambia Revenue Authority has made assessments worth about $540 million over a period of 9 months. On a daily basis, we seize bank accounts for suspects, refer them to the Drug Enforcement Commission. So what you see once a year is a snapshot of what would have happened in the year, but these things happen on a daily basis. We have names of individuals, we have names of companies on a daily basis that are sent to ZRA, they're sent to the Anti-Corruption Commission, to the Drug Enforcement Commission. So what you see is really just a snapshot, but on a daily basis, reports are going to these agencies and positive action is being taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last response from CTPD. The mic, please. CTPD. OECD framework.
Oh yeah, let me just start with the principle, first of all, behind the whole conversation around international tax. So basically it's because of the, the rise in the digital economy, in the global space, because what used to happen a long time ago was for ZRA, for example, I think we would understand the institution is, for them to tax, you needed to have a physical presence. But now there is a realization that because of globalization, but also the digital nature of the global economy, it's easier for companies, individuals to be able to transact, even if you're in South Africa, for example, in the Western countries or elsewhere, you can do transactions. And that has also given birth to a rise in tax evasion, but also the illicit financial flows that we're talking about. So while we agree with the OECD, the international tax frameworks, that there is need for us to be able to make adjustments to their international tax frameworks, taking into consideration the global and the digital nature of the transactions as well as the economy. But where the problem is the aspect of inclusivity. I think we're attending a transparency conference. So then the existing international tax frameworks, what is happening is they were led by the OECD / the G20 countries. So they will formulate the international tax rules, but developing countries like Zambia, for example, in Southern Africa, we are not part of the people that were formulating the rules. And then we're asking ourselves, because now we are also part of the digital economy, right? We have the Netflix in Zambia, Facebook, maybe some of us are seated there already Facebooking, the WhatsApp and all of those, right? Can we have the international tax rules that will apply to everyone? And those rules should not just be set up by a select group of countries. We want all the countries because we have unique challenges. For example, we have what we call we have the BEPS that were formulated, but now we also have some of the rules that have been formulated. So we argue some of them are complex, but others, as developing countries, we feel they'll be able to benefit the developed countries. To start with, we are justified to make United Nations, and that's why there was a proposal to have the UN Tax Convention. As you may have followed last year when the voting was taking place to that proposal, some of the developed countries did not even, they were not for that idea. But our goal is, yes, we agree with the principle. Even the OECD, it's not everything that they have been proposing that are bad, but the process and also the framework itself is not equitable as well as inclusive. So we'd want where all the voices are heard, because the developing countries, we face unique challenges. For example, in Zambia, we have capacity challenges, technology issues that we even struggle to capture some of these transactions. Some would come in a form of Bitcoin. You go to an office at ZRA, maybe they've never even heard about Bitcoin. So we need to make sure that they are simplified in a way that will benefit the developing countries, the middle income countries, as well as the developed countries. And that can only be done through the United Nations, because that's the governing body that we have for all the countries. And that has been our push, and that has been the agenda that we have been trying to advance, but not to discard all the positives in the OECD, led international tax frameworks, but it's for us to sit so that Africa and other developing countries can be on the table. And then we have a genuine and also honest conversation, taking into account our respective challenges and uniqueness as countries. So that's the point, and not necessarily just to discard the OECD, but to have a framework that is inclusive. I hope that was clear. But also, Mr. Moderator, I just wanted to comment on the ASM sector, because as CTPD, we have done a lot of work around that. I think one of the biggest challenges we face is lack of formalization. I think I agreed with the comments that were being brought out. Instead of us just labeling them as illegal miners, can we have a way, and that has to do with government policy, can we first of all formalize them? And it calls for resources to do so. I know government is well intended in most of their policies. They have expressed they are willing, but because you need resources, and that's why losing due to illicit financial flows could even be channeled to support the small-scale miners, because for a lot of years, I think over 100 years, they estimate that we have been mining. There's a general feeling, especially to communities where we have been to, they feel they haven't benefited from the mining sector. And if we're being honest with ourselves, one of the ways through which Zambians can benefit from the mining sector is by directly taking part in the mining activities, right? And so because the nature of mining, generally, not just in Zambia, is capital intensive. You need to have a lot of investments, you need to have capital and all the equipments that are needed. So they will need support. But before they can get that support, even in our writings, our research and recommendation has been, can we formalize them first? And once we formalize them, it even becomes easier to be regulated. Because if a foreign investor comes, for example, they want to invest, then they see this collective of, artisanals, who are well formalized. It's even easier for them to put their in my activity. I believe that will really, instead of us just calling them illegal mining. But also, I think, I don't know if it was the DPP or any of the directors here, or maybe the participants who are able to mention the alternatives, right? Even as we talk about, poverty, I was asked mentioning to you the prevalence of poverty in Zambia. A lot of our people are living in poverty. And I'm also, I think, correct to mention that the poverty levels might have even gone up higher in the last 1 year or so, because of the challenges that we're facing. So people are desperate to make a living. So we need, first of all, can we identify the alternatives and also find ways of supporting them? But all of these things we're talking about, whether it's the law enforcement agencies, supporting the artisanal scale miners, combating illicit financial flows, it will require sufficient funding even for the government. Because in many cases, especially as civil society organizations, we are fond of just telling the government, increase funding towards mining, increase funding towards law enforcement agencies. We never ask about where the money come from. So I think we need to take this issue of illicit financial flows seriously, but also domestic resource mobilization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elijah. Okay, so interesting situation. So we're about to go out for tea break. Our next session is starting very soon. So I'm going to, being, I think, in charge of organizing the conference, I can make a decision. So what I'll do is I'll make a date for you with these panelists, okay? A date. We have a cocktail in the evening that you are going to meet these panelists. Your question. Ask your question now. The panelists will take note of your question. You will meet them either at tea break or during the cocktail, and they will respond to your question in person. This is nice, right? Okay, so let's have the questions, and then we close the session.
Thank you so much. My name is Simunkombwe Prince, political science lecturer from the University of Zambia. My question goes to the DPP. I'll be straight. You've talked about illicit mining, and I just want you to flip the coin to talk about illicit mining policy regime. Is it possible that maybe you can also look at the love triangle deal involving Mupani, ZCCM, IH, IRH, Delta Mining, to look at how people have really debated around this deal, especially hearing from Parliament when the minister was giving his ministerial statement. So basically, I thank you because you have ably defined illicit mining and also its impact and the solution. Can you do the same with illicit mining policy regime? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Thank you.
Please indicate your name so that it's easy for when you have your meeting.
Thank you. My name is Edward Lange. Work for Southern Africa Resource Watch. I'm in charge of research. We are a regional organization based in Johannesburg, but working in Zambia. I'm linking my question to the whistleblower question, and this comes in a different jacket. This is to do with SLAP suits. These are strategic lawsuits against people's votes or participation. That mining companies, this is an emerging approach that mining companies are looking to intimidate whistleblowers and community. Find that here they've polluted, you want to engage them because they have the money and all that. So how is the DPP able to isolate SLAP suit cases, and how are these whistleblowers are protected? That is one. Number two is we have institutional corruption. What I mean is, where does illicit financial flow start from and does it end? Because do we know the owner of the mine in Chingola where people have been dying? No one has mentioned about the license order, the owner of the license. We don't know. I have the last question is...
Okay, just two questions?
Yeah, just one, maybe just a comment, because I don't see anyone from the Ministry of Mines. I sit on the Technical Audit Committee for Artisanal and Small-Scale Mining at the Ministry of Mines. So the biggest that we have now is there's a resistance from the small-scale miners to formalize the sector. In Runazi, we went there, they all ran away, they don't want to be formalized. They want to be selling without knowing where they're taking money and who they're selling to. So the players have resisted to formalizing the small-scale mining. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you the panel. My name is Haga Inyambe from the Center for Environment and Justice, CEJ. I have two questions. One is going to FIC. What specific mechanisms are in place to identify politically exposed persons involved in mining-related corruption, and how effective have these been? I would have actually loved that this question is answered here, because it's not only for the benefit of me, but for everyone. The second question, how can Zambia strengthen its tax laws and enforcement mechanism to address transfer pricing abuse and other base erosion and profit shifting BEPS strategies commonly used in the mining sector? This one can go to either CTPD or anyone can pick it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Last two. Yes, please.
I'm coming from Zambia Center for Interparty Dialogue.
Your name, please?
My name's Chembe Akina. Yes. Coming from an organization which is looking over the political parties in dialogue and also democratic values. I would like to ask one question to the DPP. Why do we take so long to pursue the biggest cases, like which involve the politicians, like the big sums which we hear after a regime changes, is when we chip in to try and arrest the perpetrators? Because from the history, it's like from when we had the government of Mwanawasa, the government which came forth for as PF, they started prosecuting the other ones. Then we came, PF also, the other government, UPND, started prosecuting. Why can't we prosecute whilst they are in offices? Are the civil society or the civil servants, or when people are in offices, can't they be, prosecuted right there and then? Or is there any immunity which is on them at that particular time, which is preventing anyone to report them to the right authorities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take my last question. Yes, please.
Okay, my question goes to CTPD around the international framework. I'm Josiah Kalala from Chapter 1 Foundation. How would this framework be different from existing international frameworks that are influenced by power imbalance, where poorer countries can't influence the implementation? How would this one be different? And how can what do we need at the local level to have a framework that works for us rather than looking to the international framework to help us?
So Josiah's question is very short. I can get another question before I close. 1 more minute remaining. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph Chipanzawe, coming from Quito Boys Secondary School.
Joseph, yes.
Yes. My question reads, how can governments and international organizations effectively track and curb illicit financial flows linked to corruption?
Okay, that's for the FIC. You have a meeting with the FIC DG.
Yes.
You respond to that question.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much. There has been a panel discussion on illicit financial flow, corruption and illicit financial flow, looking at the regional perspective. So I hope you have enjoyed some of the key messages that have come out. Of course, IFFs is a big problem in Zambia and also at a regional level. I think we have learned in terms of the dynamics in the mining sector, where the flows are going to, the key players, the big multinationals, and that we need to deal with the issues of IFFs because they have implication on our revenue situation, on our debt situation, on our poverty situation. This is a very big problem that needs to be addressed. For now, let me ask you that you give a round of applause to my panelists for this particular session as we conclude. I think you can do better than that. I call upon you to, we can all stand for our panel discussion photo. I hope our camera person is here. Okay.
Okay, just to announce that in appreciation for our panelists and the moderator, I don't know if the moderator is going to receive because he's one of the organizers. We have the flasks that have been prepared. As you're taking the photos, you can have them distributed. I have an announcement. As the photos are being taken, our ears can still listen that the following should meet the logistics team in room 1. Max Simue. The photos can go on. Max Simue, Kazike Sakala, Patrick Msole, Maimbo Kalenge, Martha Zulu, Dr. Demon Tembo, Chiluvalunda, and Luchembe Chilufya to meet the logistics team in room 1, just by the door side. Okay, thank you very much. To help manage time.
They can do a working tea.
Yeah, we can do a working tea. Let's just go outside, grab our teas and come back. That will help us recover the time that we have lost. We need to be back in the room at 11:30 exactly so that we start our next session.
Yeah, 11:22. You can say like 11:40.
It's already
11:30.
It's fine because it's not everyone who's coming back here. Yes. So some.
This could have gone. This could have gone on a long time. It was really interesting.
Yes, and we did want to manage that word. So well done. It was an interesting session.
It was honestly so far the most.
It was an interesting session, I think, of all the sessions. This one. In the room, you could see, when you see so many hands, but also the level of
people were like,
concentration.
but the audio is really nice.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Test 1 2. 1 2. Test 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. Test 1 2. In.
welcome back. I hope we had an interactive and sumptuous tea break. Okay. So just some few announcements. This is room 2, in case you didn't know, because we've noticed that people think the other room is room 2. This is room 2. The other room is room 1. So just for mentioning that in the other room, there's another session that is going on side by side with this one. And in there, they are discussing practicality of implementing contract and beneficial ownership reforms in extractives. And that's setting the tone. But the panel discussion will be focusing on promoting contract and beneficial ownership transparency in extractives. For this one, this is panel discussion 6. And before we get to introduce our moderator for this session, allow me to just run through the last announcement I made in case some people missed the details of the announcement. The following people to see Secretariat in room 1 near the restaurant. My apologies, earlier I was informed they'll just be there, but they're outside. They're at the restaurant, room 1 near the restaurant. So Mark Simue, Kazike Sakala, Patrick Msole, Martha Zulu, Dr. Demon Tembo, Chiluba Lunda, and Luchembe Chilufya. Please, you make the time to visit Secretariat in the room I mentioned. We are all set for the next, I'm looking for the moderator. So for this session, our moderator for the session is Mrs. Pezopiri, and Pezopiri is the Deputy Country Director for the USAID Zambia Accelerating Transparency and Integrity, in short, or in abbreviation, ZATI, a part of the USAID Global Accountability Program, which supports institutional and policy reforms in anti-corruption agencies, beneficial ownership, transparency in the private sector, asset disclosure, public procurement, transparency and accountability in the health and natural resource management sectors. Pezo will be our moderator for this session. Allow me to introduce her and welcome her to the podium. A round of applause for her. She's taking stage. So she will introduce her panelists as she understands them better. In preparation for this session, she's been engaging with them. Thank you.
Good morning once again. I hope we enjoyed the first session for today. So without much ado, I would like to introduce our panelists for today, for this particular session. The person who will give us the keynote speech is Mr. Talent Ngandwe. Talent is the Deputy CEO for the Zambia Chamber of Mines, and he has worked in this space for a very long time. I think the first time I met him was about 10 years ago. Yes, when the chamber was beginning to form up, basically. The next person is His Worship, the Mayor of Solwezi City Council. Please welcome His Worship, Mr. Remy Kalepe. You might sit please, second last. This will be followed by Madam Mumbali, the Council Secretary for Kalumbila Town Council. Following Madam Mumbali is my good friend, Father Noel, from Caritas Solwezi. Father Noah is quite passionate on social accountability, and they have been working everywhere, far and near, reaching the whole country. Please welcome him. And finally, I have the pleasure to invite His Royal Highness, Chief Mumena of the Kaonde people. Please help me to welcome our chief. As most of you may know, Chief Mumena has been an icon when it comes to talking about mining communities benefiting from mines and calling for social accountability, not only to the mining communities, but also to the states. A lot has been done in Solwezi, and I understand a lot of other communities are trying to learn from them, especially community involvement in revenue collection, as well as making decisions when it comes to CSR. Thank you very much, Your Highness, for joining us. So I will hand over to our main speaker to give his presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Recognize the presence of His Royal Highness, the rest of my panelists, and also delegates. As I've been introduced, my name is Talenting Andwe. I'm from the Zambia Chamber of Mines. I'm the Deputy Chief Executive Officer. I just want to give an overview of, I think, what the industry has done in order to promote transparency in our space. And I want to project a journey which has taken us quite a number of years to make sure that we start building trust with our stakeholders. In terms of investment, since privatization of our mine assets, we've seen about $18 billion that has come into the mining industry. And this is dotted across the whole country, from the traditional copper belt, where we're having this meeting, to Northwestern Province, where we've seen greenfield projects from the likes of Kansanshi Mine, FQM Trident, which you refer to as Kalumbira Mine. And we have also seen a few other Chinese mines that are dotted around on the copper belt, Rubambe Mine, Konkola Copper Mines, Mopani Mine, and also Barrick in the Northwest. The nature of mining. Mining takes long to mature when you bring in investment. And we've seen that, sometimes there's been reports when you see in exploration companies moving into a space or into a mining right, and they start, doing works to make sure that, they discover these assets or mineral deposits in preparation for mine development and also the actual mining. So sometimes mining, development takes a longer period of time. And our projection is about 10 years from exploration to start of mine production. And obviously there is a very huge upfront investment that is required. And it takes about 5 to 15 years for a company to recoup its investment. I might just say that, mining is for the strong-hearted because it's capital intensive. In terms of the status, I've already mentioned on the scope of the mines and also the presence from Copperbelt to Northwestern Province. In terms of typical production cycle, it's like you're not following me, please. Yeah, typical production cycle. This just shows what happens when you start exploration. It takes you between 7 to 10 years. Mine development. This is when now you start building a mine, and it takes you between 5 to 10 years. Mine operation, depending on the asset that you find on the mine life. You know, sometimes it goes up to 20 years. But on the copper belt, I think we are lucky because we've been mining for a longer period of time. Overall, Zambia has been mining for the last 100 years. So mine operation 2 to 20 years. Then also there is a period for mine closure. That is if you exhaust the asset, you need to move into that space. Collaborative partnerships for combating corruption and enhanced transparency in the mining industry. Sometimes back, I think we suffered a lot of reputation as mining industry. I mean, damage to our reputation, and there was a lot of mistrust. So what happened, I think the moderators mentioned, when I joined the chamber and the rest of the team, we had to sit down and with the owners of the mine and say, listen, what are you doing about this? Because there are always all these accusations, and you need to do something about it. So we came up with a strategy and said, listen, we need participation of all stakeholders in this space. And what we did was to identify the actual problems that were pertaining to help us achieve where we are today. The first of all, there was an issue of transparency. We said, listen, open up your books. Show what you are doing as government. Show what you are contributing to the treasury. And show what you are doing in the communities. There was also a problem with data management. There was a problem with data management. And the problem with data management is the one that DPP mentioned, and also Director FIC. The issue of, we had government institutions sitting with different figures in terms of reconciling production numbers. In Zambia, there are mining companies that process up to concentrate level. They don't do the actual smelting or actual refining to copper cathode. So these mines sometimes will process. A good example is Barrick Rumwana mine in Northwestern Province. They will process and sell their concentrate to a facility such as the Chambish Copper Smelter here in the Copper Belt. Okay? So when Barrick Rumwana mine, they do the production, you capture it as the production of copper. When it comes to, for example, CCS, which is a smelting facility, it goes out, you don't capture it as the production. You capture the exports. Because if you capture it as production, it will be double counting. So the figures that will be coming out from Rumwana and the figures that will be coming out from Chambish Copper Smelter will be double. In the end, it distorts the market internationally, and these are the accusations that we are referring to. Companies are stealing, companies are not reporting correctly. The other issue is import treatment. Mining companies sometimes get copper from the Democratic Republic of Congo in form of concentrate to come and process in our facilities here. It's a pity that one facility has been closed, which is Chambish Copper Smelter, which used to process cobalt and also copper. We could have taken advantage as a regional hub for processing. And what this did, it was after the introduction of that 5% rate. What it did was to open the eyes for our neighbors, which is DRC. Now there are giant smelters in Congo now, processing their own concentrate within DRC. The other issue that we had to deal with was the issue of social investment and also sustainability. There was a problem. When we saw a new wave of investment in Northwestern Province, I think there was an issue of companies coming in and doing their own corporate social responsibility by that particular time without the involvement of the local leadership, without the involvement of the local government, and also without the involvement of other stakeholders such as civil society. And we developed a platform, an annual platform, which we call Corporate Social Responsibility Forum, where we exchange ideas on the best practice. And what actually has been achieved is that, as we move forward now, I think there is more inclusion, because most of these companies have got now committees that liaise with the district development committees and also provincial development committees, and also the local leadership. The other issue we had to deal with was the issue of environmental management, and to make sure that we promote environmental stewardship, we get the principles of ESG, and also contribute to a fund which we call Environmental Protection Fund. So there is that cycle that I showed you of mine closure. So this fund, mining companies contribute to this fund that sits under the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, specifically Mine Safety Department. So in terms of an asset coming to an end, the government will tap into this fund and rehabilitate that particular site. Next one, quickly. Then we are also doing something on local content, because for our people to benefit, apart from the taxes that we are paying and what we are giving to the local authorities, there is a very, very pressing issue of local content. How do Zambians participate in the supply chain in the mines? This is a $3 to $5 billion business in our Zambian mines. Okay? So we need to make sure that Zambian companies are participating. As a Chamber of Mines, as mining industry, we are deliberately doing something to make sure that we promote Zambians to participate in this space. And what we are asking for from our mining companies are the scorecard items that I've listed there. You need to demonstrate that you are providing opportunities for local businesses. You need to show that, establish a platform for collaboration with local businesses. You need to make sure that you provide opportunities for value addition, demonstrate higher spend as a percentage of local suppliers and also contractors. And you need to demonstrate a deliberate policy of building capacity of local suppliers and contractors. Next one. And we are doing this as well for environmental management. You can go to the next. Social investment as well. Looking at the importance of this, I'll just go through. And these are the issues that we demand for every year. We assess our companies. We go around as a chamber to assess our companies. And we need to make sure that they adhere to these principles. They need to show that, there is growth in community investment as compared to the previous year. They also need to demonstrate that, there is impact of investment on community, individuals, and there should be a verifiable human interest story demonstrating this impact of change introduced by the mining company. And we are also encouraging collaboration with community members and local authorities. That is from planning, execution, and also monitoring of these projects. They also need to make sure that they demonstrate vetting processes and techniques in community investment in sustainable projects. These projects should be sustainable. Then we have also moved, I just wanted to address the previous discussion, the issue of the previous discussion, the issue of security. I think my colleague from Remember Mine had mentioned, we've got a security liaison committee that is sitting at the chamber. I actually coordinate security managers across the mining industry, including legal councils. And these are the problems that we have been facing. I don't want to belabor, but we've seen a surge in terms of stealing of finished copper cathodes, nickel, and also cables that belong to CEC and also ZESCO, including the issue of precious gemstones from Kajen. And there was also an issue of copper that is transiting from, sometimes copper will come from Zambia and, the criminals will purport that, it is in transit from DRC, and sometimes they'll forge documents. So our security liaison committee is actively dealing with this issue. And we have also been pushing Parliament to make sure that, we regulate the conduct of our private security companies, because there is no body to regulate the private security companies. We've got issues with them as well. Next. Next. The road to recovery. I come back to the issue of transparency, which has been at the core of our transformation. And Next. And I just want to demonstrate, in terms of what we are contributing to government, this is what we are giving to ZRI. There's minimum loyalty, corporate tax, pay as you earn, import VAT, customs duty, withholding tax, and export levy. Then ZCCM, I think proceeds, the law was changed lately. I think it's IDC which is getting the dividends. Then Ministry of Mines, we've got application fees, license fees, registration fees, valuation fees, and also Environmental Protection Fund that I mentioned. This fund, I think, is sitting on about $35 million now, and is still growing. Then Ministry of Lands, ground rent. Then the councils. I think this is where the debate should be, I think, moving forward. The councils are getting annual business fees and also property rates. And that would demonstrate how much us as mining companies are giving to these councils. So exports, I don't want to belabor, we are accounting for, in 2020, we accounted for 79, 77, 2022, 72. In terms of revenues, total revenues, 2020, we accounted for 31, 2021, 39, and 2022, 44. You might be wondering why I'm referring to 2022 and not 2023. This data is from a reputable initiative, which is the Zambia Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. I wanted to use data that is reconciled already, and we have agreed upon as stakeholders as being very credible data. Then this is just a production cycle to 2021, but the reason why I put this is just to demonstrate what has happened from the time that that $18 billion US I mentioned been put by the private sector after privatization. So you discover that at some point, production had dropped when it was time for national ownership. It went up to 250,000 metric tons of copper. You've seen this graph here. And then after mines were privatized, we saw an upward surge in terms of production, and we have been going up. And now there are deliberate efforts to make sure that we increase the production to 3 million tons of copper per annum. We can move to the next one. Now, in terms of shifting from transparency to accountability, the total tax that government received from the mines in 2022 was 44.40 billion kwacha. This is more than $1 billion US in 2022. And I can give you the other figures later on, but this is what we contributed to the total revenues, total government revenues. We can go to the next one now. We can get to the councils. So the councils, I think, which is at the center of our discussion. So you can see that in the year 2020, these are the figures that the councils received from the mines. The first one there is Chirabombwe, which received 13 million. Then we've got Chingola Council, 17 million. Then we've got a few others that follow. Now the main highlight is here. Karurushi received 30 million. Okay. Kitwe received 53. Where is Kalumbila? Kalumbila received 35. And Solwezi received 21. We can go to the next one. So in the year 2021, these figures went up. And we saw Kalumbila receiving 62 million from the mines. And Solwezi received 59 million from the mines. So it's good that we've got representatives from Karumbira and Solwezi just to demonstrate how these resources have been utilized in the community. Next. 2022. Solwezi, it went up. Solwezi received 63 million. Kalumbila received 63 million, which is double the provision of CDF for every constituency in the country. Because if we look at the 2024 national budget, I think CDF has been increased to around 30 million. So this is double the allocation. So now the question is, the mining companies have really opened up and they have shown their books of what they are giving, both to the central treasury and also to local government. So the question is, the side of accountability, what are we doing to make sure that we uplift the standards of the people and make sure that, you know, these resources are utilized to the benefit of everyone? I thank you.
Thank you very much for that elaborate presentation. The conclusion was as if you are actually throwing the challenge to the councils now that you've demonstrated how much the mines have opened up. So I think we have seen from the presentation the amount of money that goes to Central Treasury and how much is going to the council. So I just wanted to make a correction. In the program, this particular panel says engendering local communities and accountability. It's not supposed to read like that. It was changed to just look at partnering with local communities to enhance the accountability of revenues from natural resources. I just want to make sure the House is on the same pace so that we are not wondering how come they're not talking about gender. Not to say that gender is not important, and I hope that it will come out in our discussion. So the purpose is really to look at beneficiation of local communities from the mining industry. We have heard how much money the local authorities have made, and we have heard the mention of the Mines and Minerals Development Act 2015, which has a provision of a special fund for pollution control and land degradation. I think during our discussions, we also want to interrogate where that sits, who it benefits, and if at all it does function, because I understand some studies by Caritas have had a job at that, just to look at how can initiatives like that benefit local industries. So the chamber also talked about where they're coming from, the challenges that were there. I think that was around 2012, 2010, when the Northwestern Province was opening. The challenges are many. It starts, I think, from when a mine is opening, the displacements that happen. How transparent is that process? How accountable are mining companies as well as the government in terms of ensuring that displaced people are well compensated, and is the compensation enough? And compensation, I think in this case, we need to look beyond financial compensation. In places like Kalumbila, for example, we have seen even issues of cultural rights. When people are displaced and moved, what happens to their graves, where they're coming from? Is this compensated, etc., etc.? So I'm very happy that we have a well-balanced panel here, which has been working in the province for a long time. I think around 2014, the social accountability program that was run by Diaconia then, but working in collaboration with other partners, started this movement of calling for accountability in the mining sector. At the beginning, the challenges that my colleague Talent spoke about were truly there. There wasn't accountability. You could not see how much the mines were paying to the government. There were issues of mines not paying land rates because most of the big mines at that point claimed that they did not have title deeds. So therefore the council was losing out. So now we have moved from that space to a space where now a number of systems have been put in place. A number of the big mines are now, since 2019, paying land rates, and to a space where civil society organizations have done some work and people begin to know their rights to demand and also to participate. However, challenges are still there. Actually, most of the times when I go to Solwezi and transverse Northwestern all the way to Jimbe, it always reminds me of the adage that is common in Zambia, where people say, money is made out there, but spent in Lusaka. It's very difficult to try and resonate with the picture that you see in a space where there are very big mines, but then the infrastructure leaves much to be desired. The levels of development, human development, everything is very low. So I'll start with Father Noel from Caritas. I know Caritas has been doing quite a lot of work in this area. From a civil society perspective, what are your thoughts on transparency and accountability regarding the revenue? And also please share your thoughts on whether you think that the revenues that are being collected are adequate in relation to the environmental degradation, but also the profits that the mines make. Father Noel.
Thank you very much. May I begin by thanking TIZ for extending an invitation to Caritas Solwezi to be part and parcel of this gathering. We are a faith-based organization, that is Caritas Solwezi, that implements the social programs of the Catholic Diocese of Solwezi. And we cover the whole of Northwestern Province. And so we have been in this space for quite a long time now. And true, we have seen the activities in the province, especially the activities regarding the mines. I'm glad that Mr. Talent somehow, I think, preempted my points, because what he has presented is actually what has been obtaining. We are coming from a background where we've had a lot of issues surrounding activities of the mines, activities of the local authorities, where it was very difficult to get information of what was going on. Now the picture looks much brighter. I say much brighter because we still have one or two issues that we need to clarify. So the mines, yes, now are doing, I think, what they are supposed to be doing to the local authorities. They are remitting their rates, and the local authorities, we are aware, are receiving these monies. The problem is how to match what is being received with especially infrastructure, as Pezo put it. We are still, I think, having a big problem. Now the councils are trying to open up to be a little bit more transparent in terms of engaging the civil society world by inviting them to their meetings, by providing some, I underline that, some information, because we are still finding challenges to get the other information that we need from them. And that is where I think for me the question is, in as much as we seem to pull in the right direction, we still have a lot to do with our local authorities. The levels of transparency they have shown so far, I think, still fall below what is required. For instance, it is not enough to display a billboard to indicate who is funding this project, how much money was pumped in, but then I think the details could be the devil could be in the details. And when we walk to the offices of these local authorities to want to get the real information, one which is certified or approved, they are still quite reluctant. I'm linking also this to the CDF, the issues of CDF. We are failing to get what we should get. So maybe I end here for now. Maybe others can take it up.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the local authorities. We have heard from Caritas that there is some level of transparency at the moment. However, it's not enough. I think Father talked about putting up a billboard and stating who's doing certain projects, but I believe that it indeed is not enough. You need to know a bit more. So we'll start with Kalumbila, Council Secretary. If you could just share how you are working with local communities to ensure that they are part and parcel of your planning, but also that you are accountable. Then secondly, you could also go to the formal accountability processes and how you are faring. So when I talk about formal accountabilities, how are your audit reports coming out? And are you accounting properly? Do you have issues? And what are your areas of improvement? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I just want to also thank the TIZ for inviting Kalumbila Town Council. And for Kalumbila Town Council, we are ensuring that the community is involved in that every project that we start implementing, there are projects that are emanating from the community, the grassroots level. There's no project that a local authority undertakes without involvement of the community. How it goes is like this. Every year, we request for projects from the community through the ward development committees in each ward. And the ward development committees sit with their community to suggest which project is supposed to be factored in the budget. Ward Development Committee is a legal entity under the Local Government Act where all the projects are supposed to be submitted through them. So their community engagement is done. After the community agrees what's supposed to be given to them, what project is supposed to be undertaken, is submitted to Ward Development Committee. And these projects are taken to the council now. So now we look at the funding. Which funding stream is it going to undertake? These are projects that are submitted now to CDF committee. Others are submitted to the council to be funded under locally generated funds, which we are talking about locally generated funds, that is property rates, mine rates. So in that way, we involve the community. Even the CDF, they undertake some of the projects. You understand that on CDF, in as much as 30 million, when it comes to certain projects, there's only 15 million that is for the projects. The other money is for empowerment, for loans. So the property rates in the scenario for the Kalumbila Town Council, when we receive that money, we have 12 wards in the district. So to develop the wards, we apportion a certain amount of money into the wards that are done direct into the ward. Each ward is supposed to have a project. So when when the project is submitted, we undertake that one. So stakeholder engagement is the first key part of our undertaking projects in the community. And this is mandatory in every local authority. If you are found undertaking projects that are not suggested by them, by the community, then you are not following the laid out procedure, and it can lead to audit queries. So looking at the money that is coming from the mines, in the scenario of Kalumbila, it's a new district entirely. And it's like we are starting a new district entirely. And all development is centered on the council, such that even the money that we receive, we find it is inadequate because we construct schools, classrooms. We also construct clinics, even accommodation for the staff, for the clinics and teachers. We construct also the bridges, the culverts. We undertake also the feeder roads because we are not yet doing the bituminous standard. And this is done the entire Kalumbila. So you find that in terms of community engagement, they are involved, even how the money is utilized. Every time we undertake the budget, we have what we call budget consultative meetings. We go to the stakeholders to ensure that what do you want to reflect in their budgets? And they have a say in the budget. And this is a procedure that is mandatory as well. So you find that, well, there could be stakeholders where we invite them, they may not attend. But we make sure that we invite stakeholders. And also our full council meetings, where the proceedings of the council are undertaken, is free to the public. We invite the public to undertake. I urge the community where you are, show interest in the business of the council. Most people don't show interest. If you want to see the accountability, that's why you see the reports, how projects the undertaking of the council in the full council meetings. And at the end of the full council meeting, when the full council meeting report is generated, it's free, the public is free to access it. You can come and read it. You can access that report. It's a document, public domain now. So in terms of involving the stakeholders, we do involve the stakeholders. Of course, we are trying to sensitize the community to see the need of getting involved in this meeting. There are times you call a meeting, they don't appear. Coming to, I may forget the other question, the last question. The moderator.
Yes, so the last question was, how transparent are you? We heard from Father Noah that all they see are billboards.
Okay.
And when you talk about the fact that people can come and see the council meetings, minutes. Do you have gatekeepers, or can I just come and walk in? Because sometimes I think we talk about you are free to come, but when someone goes, they find some gatekeeper who says you cannot enter. How is it in real terms in Kalumbira?
Okay. There is a procedure when you want to get a document. In every organization, how you want to acquire a document. You can request for it to get a document. Of course, you can also, maybe if you want, you can write, or you can come and read it. If you want a document, I want to see what, you can come, you are free to read it. They are there. So in terms of transparent, all our dealings, we make sure that we involve the stakeholders and we publicize. We start from CDF. We are the custodian and the implementer of CDF. Every deliberation done by the CDF committee, starting from even selection of the sponsors, bursaries, the grants, the projects, we publish them. They are published on our page. If you want, you can come. Also, they are published on our billboards all over, like the billboard on the council. We publish them on our website. Even our financial statements, they are free for public to view and read our reports. In other dealings where also to be transparent in what we are doing, we have engaged also the Anti-Corruption Commission to sit on our committees like CDF committee when they are doing selection of those bursaries, grants. We normally invite them. As I speak, we have invited them. Friday, we're having a CDF committee. The Anti-Corruption Commission has been invited to sit on the committee. The Anti-Corruption Commission also, they are sitting on our tender meetings. We invite them each time we have a tender meeting. We are inviting each time we're having evaluation meetings for projects, so that even on the part of trying to reduce the corruption, when they see anything, they can advise. This is how transparent you want to be. Any records that you want to the council, there's nothing that we can hide. We are working for the people, and it's the right of people to access the information. Any financial statement you want to read is there in the public domain. Yes, our financial statement is audited. Right now, we are looking at the financial statements for 2023 that is submitted to the auditors, Auditor General's report office, to give their opinion. We want to ensure that we, as a council, we are free from audit queries. We are free from corruption issues. In that, we are working towards also to ensure that there are certain grants that we are supposed to benefit. And to meet those grants, you have to have a clean record, or else you miss it. So in terms of transparency, we are ensuring that we are trying by all means. At times, I think what I can say, moderator, is we don't do much reading, I think, as Zambians, especially when it comes to documents. We are bad readers. I think we can undertake. To give someone to start reading a document and finish it, those are people who know, who really, they are few. But if people are failing to read documents, let them attend this meeting where they can get the information. It has been a challenge to call a meeting to find everyone. But if you call for a meeting and say there's money, they will come. All of them. But meeting to sit like, let's discuss progress, how we work, you find there are few of them. And unfortunately, those who don't attend meetings, they're the one who complain more. It's very, very important Your local authority where you are have interest. You miss a lot. Right now, CDF, I urge you participate in the community. There's no one who's not coming from a ward here. Know your leaders. Do you know your ward development committee chairperson? So most of you don't know where they stay. That's the first point where you are supposed to go and report any issue that you want to undertake. But a lot of people will call in the media, council, can you come and do this? We don't have this. Mind you, we can't get a project because you mentioned it in the public domain or in the social media that you undertake. It is a structure that's supposed you go and say, we don't have this. What do you think? Or what development will take it up and present that issue to the council? The people want this to be undertaken, and we will do it. If their resources is not enough, we'll get back to the committee. Can you get the priority of your projects as one undertaken? Because they will find that the ward might need more, but look at the resources are not adequate. So the procedure is we go to the grassroots level and we evolve. Who are the grassroots level? Is the stakeholder, the people in the community. And the council works for the community in the provision of services. So when we get this money, you know, the local authority is mandated to generate its revenue. From that revenue that is the local authority generates, part of it, some of us who are blessed to be in where we have mines, we get more money from the mines. Others get it from the licenses in order for us to provide services. Services like waste management. You generate waste, you throw a litter. Who's going to sweep? It's the council. For the council to sweep that, they need a worker to be paid. They need equipment. We need to manage waste management for you not to get sick. So there are a lot of things that the council is undertaking the mandate. And that money, the central government releases just a percentage, a small percentage. We are required to generate our own resources in order to provide services in the district. Hence, this money that we get from the mine, we input it into provision of a lot of services. Right now, the clinics, the health services has been devolved to us. Even when it was still under Ministry of Health, the construction of clinics, they are under the council. They were just providing the personnel. You build the clinic, you have to finish it, everything, and then you say, we have built the clinic, can you bring the personnel? If you go to Kalumbila today, a council is the one that is doing construction of the clinics, doing the classrooms, doing the roads, everything, being a new district. And the community are aware that there's nowhere they can go apart from the local authority. Where we feel to meet that, the CDF also comes in. So when we talk about transparent, we are involving the community in deciding what the council should do and implement the projects on behalf of the community. So I believe we are trying to be transparent. Moderator, I think I can end here.
Thank you very much. That was an elaborate explanation on the process of from planning. You've also mentioned how you're managing the funds and how you are being transparent. So to His Worship Mayor Kalepa from Solwezi, we are sitting here with the two richest councils, I think, in the country. Are you happy with the amount of revenue that you're collecting from the mines? I know that in Solwezi, you have made some attempts to try and retain a certain amount of revenue for local development, and you have had some MOUs with the mines on how to develop the town. What have you learned from that? What are the prospects and what are some of the challenges that you are facing in ensuring that you attain as much revenue as possible from the mines?
Thank you so much, moderator. Allow me to take this opportunity to recognize on our panel. It is an honor to be on a panel with my traditional parent, His Highness Chief Omena, to be on the same panel with my spiritual parent, Father Aningi, who happens to be the priest in the church that I congregate with, that is Catholic. It is an honor to be invited to this conference by TIZ and other partners that came together to make sure that we get to have this kind of gathering. To the audience, it is a privilege to be in front of you. Thank you so much, moderator. Let me mention that Solwezi Municipal Council is a district in the Republic of Zambia. Solwezi Municipal Council draws its mandate from the Constitution of Zambia under Article number 152, and currently operating under Act of number 2 of 2019 of the Local Government Act. Thank you so much, moderator. And today we are looking at issues to do with transparency and accountability on the resources that councils are generating through minerals that are being mined in these communities. Are councils comfortable with what they are collecting? That was the question that you posed. First and foremost, allow me to try and also talk about issues to do with accountability and how we are trying as a local authority to be transparent in terms of using these public resources that we are mandated to manage. It is an honor to serve the people of Solwezi in the capacity of mayor. This opportunity comes in a way that God allows to serve the community. It was an honor that the people of Solwezi gave me an opportunity to serve them. And therefore, my duty being on top of the local authority is to make sure that we align ourselves with the needs of the community in answering to their challenges. Solwezi has been fortunate enough to host a mine that is operating and doing quite well, very well actually. It's one of the mines that is contributing towards our economy of Zambia in a very positive way, which is very good for our district, Solwezi. We've been given figures how much Solwezi Municipal Council has been collecting, which is in public domain. Ourselves as the local authority, we are also mandated to prepare our statements or financial statements under the International Public Service Accounting Standards. We have to do that as a local authority. These figures that are being given, for sure, they're coming through the local authority. What are we doing in terms of using these resources so that the community can appreciate that for sure they are hosting these mines? As a local authority, Solwezi Municipal Council, we are trying our level best in making sure that we use these resources prudently. When I was elected in the year 2021, Solwezi was receiving amounts that are being shown by our presenter. Direct benefit in terms of revenue allocation to the community. We have a number of components in terms of giving a service to the community. One of the components that we've chosen as a local authority is to use the Ward Development Fund. This fund is being funded using locally generated resources, just like the ones that are coming from the mines. Initially, the local authority was spending 2,500,000 kwacha, 2,500,000 kwacha, meaning Solwezi had only 5 wards in 2021. We were allocating 500,000 kwacha per ward. That translates in total 2,500,000 kwacha. In 2021, when I was being elected, we had 12 wards. Out of 12 wards, we decided in the same year to increase the Ward Development Fund to a tune of 750,000 kwacha. By 12 wards, that gives us a total amount of 9 million kwacha. You can see the increase from 2,500,000 kwacha to 9 million going to be spent in these communities. Meaning a ward was receiving 1 million kwacha. A councillor in each ward will spend that money on projects that the community has chosen in terms of being a need. Like it has been mentioned by Kalumbila Town Secretary, yes, we are building schools using these monies. We are building health posts using these monies. We are doing bridges. We are doing markets. We are working on a number of community needs using the same monies. So already when you look at the monies that we're receiving from the mines, a 9 million kwacha has been taken into the community through that channel, Ward Development Fund. We did not end there. In the year 2023, again, we had to increase from 750,000 kwacha to 1 million kwacha. We have 12 councillors, including myself, 13, meaning the amount has moved to 13 million kwacha. That is just on community projects. Like my counterpart mentioned, there are other services that we need to be into the community. Because of the mining activities that are in Solwezi, the population has been growing, meaning demand to services that are needed for an environment people can live in an environment that is conducive keep increasing. Solwezi Municipal Council has an MOU with the mines in trying to make sure that we answer to the challenges towards the road network. I agree with you, moderator, when you say that the activities that are happening in terms of the mining activities in Solwezi or Northwestern at large, and the happening in terms of infrastructure around the district and the province at large do not tally. I agree with you 100%. It's a reason why I Solwezi Municipal Council, we had a challenge in the district where roads has been a challenge for so many years. I don't want to sound like I'm trying to be political and whatnot, just because I'm a politician, but I want to say and state facts here in this gathering. We stayed for 10 years without receiving any support in terms of township roads in Solwezi. And in this house, we have people from a number of organizations, government departments, who have served in various positions. You will agree with me that most of these councils, they benefit in terms of road network through the central government. Solwezi did not receive that support, And it was an initiative to look into the issue of working with the mines, since they have a construction wing in terms of road construction. They've got the equipment, they've got the technical aspect of it, of personnel. So we thought it wise that we get into an MOU. Yes, even that MOU was done in 2018. But looking at the commitment that we have towards the community, we had to agree that a 10 million kwacha in 2022 supposed to be retained by the mines. And this 10 million, even when you go to our audited statements in terms of transparency, it is captured. It is there. Where it has been mentioned that we are supposed to receive a 63 million kwacha, but we only received 53 million kwacha. And 10 million is captured in the statement to say 10 million kwacha was retained by the mines to go towards road construction. This is the council that has started working on roads from the scratch to bituminous standard. In this MOU, we keep improving on it. Today, we are looking at an increased amount, a substantial amount that is going towards road construction. But to the community, this is not enough because Solwezi is growing. Solwezi needs a lot of roads to be constructed, needs a lot of infrastructure to be constructed. It's the reason why, in my conclusion now, Madam Moderator, I'll say, yes, we thank International Zambia and other civil societies in coming on board and reminding the local authority, those who are mandated to give a service, to remind them that people out there are looking forward to see these monies working for them. And they've gone ahead to educate the citizens, the residents of Solwezi, to be vigilant in terms of management of their resources. This is why we commit ourselves to make sure that we listen to the needs of the people and channel most of these resources to their needs. But I still strongly feel we need to stand up as a country and support the issue of lobbying government to have a deliberate policy in terms of plowing back part of the mineral royalty that goes to central government in the Austin districts. Because we are talking about 63 million kwacha. Yes, it sounds to be good monies, but if you look at the needs, you agree with me, even putting up a very big hospital that is needed in Solwezi, or a number of kilometers of roads, where a kilometer is costing about, is it maybe approximately, is it about $400,000? A kilometer, about 10 million kwacha to 15 million kwacha per kilometer. How many kilometers can you do in 63 million kwacha? With the kind of expansion of Solwezi, it poses a challenge. This is why we want to appeal to TIZ and other partners to support what citizens are crying for. On my panel today, I'm privileged, what I'm mentioning, even our traditional leaders are lobbying for that, to have a certain percentage of mineral royalty to remain in the Austin town, so that it can answer to some of environmental issues that are coming because of the activities of the mines. To also give an encouragement to the Austin community so that they can appreciate the hosting of that investment. By doing so, when they appreciate, the investor will operate in a peaceful way, because the community will have ownership of that investment. Yes, we are collecting substantial amounts. But I strongly feel, Madam Moderator, that a policy framework to support more resources to be retained in the Austin community, we need to lobby for that and support it. I thank you.
Thank you very much. You raised one issue which I would want Talent to respond to in 2 minutes before we go to His Royal Highness. You spoke about the need to have more money in terms of the CSR. I suppose you spoke about the CSR, the 63 million, the MOU that Solwezi Council has with the mine. So beyond the usual taxes, what is the Chamber of Mine doing to ensure that CSR increases? In the other room I was in the morning, we heard that in other countries, CSR is actually mandatory. In Zambia, it's not mandatory, and we have seen differences among mines. Some give a lot, some give a bit, some do not even give at all. Then the mayor also talked about the fact that when you work well with communities, it also encourages peace, which is a prerequisite for a business to thrive. Some of the challenges that we have seen in Solwezi have been lack of clarities and a lot of gray areas on how communities have been compensated. What is the Chamber of Mine doing to ensure that there is clarity and transparency, and to some extent, a level of uniformity in how displaced communities are compensated? Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. It is good to hear from the two councils to demonstrate how we've really worked well with them from the time the investment started coming in. I think we've done a lot of CSR as industry, and I think I'll be quick to mention that the dynamics are different. I'll give you an example of what is happening on the Copper Belt province. The mines that we have in the Copper Belt province are legacy mines. These are mines that were taken over from ZCCM. And the level of investment in terms of CSR are quite different to what is happening in Northwestern Province. The mines here in the Copper Belt, for example, Mopa and Copper Mines, their level of investment in CSR, because they took over some health facilities such as hospitals and also some schools, which have sustained over time. So you find that their concentration is quite different. In Northwestern Province, also, even within the province itself, the dynamics and needs are also quite different. I stand to be educated. That's why I mentioned that, in the initial investment by mining companies, the approach to CSR was not uniformed. But as time started going by, we've brought them on board, and we have come to agree on the acceptable standard. Yes, CSR is voluntary, and would be very hesitant to move to a stage whereby you need to come up with a law to regulate CSR. I think worldwide CSR is voluntary. There are adequate provisions in the law. If you look at the Mines and Minerals Development Act, before you are given a mining license, there are clear provisions of what you need to do in the community and how you should operate in order for you to get a social license to make sure that your business thrives. There have been a lot of deliberate efforts, I think, by Kansanshi Mine to go into the community, make sure that, they improve the livelihoods of the people, either through programs to do with sustainable mining, sustainable farming, programs to capacitate communities to do business with the mines, and also deliberate efforts on skills development, investment into the trade schools, investment into, health facilities. So apart from what we are giving to the councils as pay obligation, the mines are also doing quite a lot to make sure that, they improve the landscape and, the community in which they are operating. On the issue of mineral royalty sharing mechanism, which His Worship the Mayor has mentioned, the Chamber of Mines was in the forefront to advocate for the mineral royalty, introduction of mineral royalty sharing mechanism, so that, you know, part of the royalties that we pay to central government is retained in the communities where we are doing the mining. But I think during the revision of the Mines Act, I think the 2015, this proposal, I think, was removed. Civil society can come in and just attest to this. This was removed, but we are not averse to this. And I think even in some of our submissions, previous submissions, we have made it clear that, you know, we need to come up with or reintroduce the mineral royalty sharing mechanism.
Thank you very much for that. We'll now go to His Royal Highness, Senior Chief Mumena. So from a traditional leadership perspective, what are your views? I know you are the custodians of the land, but you also have a huge responsibility to ensure that the mines operate in a sustainable manner, to ensure that the land remains fertile, and that future generations do not find a depleted environment. Secondly, most of the mining activities start with authority from traditional leaders being the owners of the land. And I think in Zambia, we've had a mixed picture. We have had traditional leaders like yourselves who have worked very well with civil society organizations and communities to even create alternative social accountability mechanisms. However, we have also seen traditional leadership that has not really been accountable to its people. Mainly when mines are starting up, there is a lot of questions around what happened, how did the chief allow this, is the chief sharing, is the chief taking care of the poor and the most vulnerable in his chiefdom? Your Royal Highness, I would like you to comment on that and also perhaps share on what you think traditional leaders can do better to ensure that there is sustainable mining, but also that the communities are not left in the cold. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, for those perspectives, and indeed a great honor to be on this panel with this team and also invited by Transparency International. I appreciate the debates that have gone on, but firstly, centering on the environmental sustainability. Mining operates, moderator, in a regulated framework. And that regulated framework is usually around the law of the nation. Beginning with perhaps the last point that you talked about, the law on mining that is in effect today is the act that Mr. Talenting and we talked about, which is the Mines and Minerals Act of 2015. And I think that that law took us backwards. That law was not progressive. It was very, very retrogressive. We had actually made a lot of progress in making a positive dimension. But when that law came up, that law took us backwards. In which sense? Mining does not take place in an empty space. Mining takes place where the people already are. Before that law, it was mandatory that if anybody wanted to apply, say, for a mining license or exploration license, they first of all had to come to the community where they wanted to do that mining, where they had identified the parcel where they think the minerals are, then get consent from the royal establishments and the people. Then with that, armed with that consent, they would go to Lusaka Cadastre and apply for that piece of land. But when 2015 Mines Act came in, it reversed that. What now transpires is that anyone can go to Lusaka, apply for a mining license. When they are granted that license or the exploration license to start with, then they come waving the exploration license in your face and say, Lusaka or Cadastre unit has already given us this. And then they say, we are now here to carry out our exploration and so forth. Now, what has happened? What has now happened is, as a result of that piece of legislation, a place like the Northwestern Province, which is richly endowed with minerals, it was now free for all. Everybody went to Lusaka, applied for these mineral rights, and as I talk to you, 98%, if not 99% of the entire landmass in Northwestern Province is either a mining license or an exploration license. Even where my village is sitting, my palace is sitting, there is a license. Now, you can't do development of mining at the expense of the people. And I think that this has taken us backwards. And when they come, they now say, Chief, we've been granted a license by means of mines to mine here. Now, where do I take the people? These shall be displaced because there's gold, there is copper, there's this. Where do I take them? And then they think that the chief, because they are coming with a license, the chief already consented. And I think that this is causing a lot of confusion in the province. There is therefore need to revisit this law to take us back to where development must begin with the people. You can't do development at the expense of the people. Talenting, and we talked about the mineral royalty tax. I think the law before then had provided for a formula where the part of the revenue, mineral royalty tax, must remain in the producing community, the producing district. The coming in of the 2015 law removed that concept. So we've gone backwards. When we thought we were going to properly find a way of benefiting, that hasn't happened, moderator. Now we are talking of revisiting that law. There were all kinds of arguments. No, what happens with the provinces where there are no minerals? And the argument then was, we said, look, every province has something that they produce. And therefore, whatever they produce, there must be a formula to ensure that something is retained in that community. We do not want, say, for instance, if people produce electricity, you only see power lines taking electricity to somewhere. And yet the people are not benefiting from that. That's not fair. So we think that this is something that we need to look at. And now there is too much stress amongst the people, internally displaced persons amongst the people, and thinking that every now and even as I talk today, Transparency International is coming from there. One of the reasons they've been there is, what do we do with the people? Where do we take them? Are the compensations adequate? Where are they going? They're being removed from an area where they've lived for over 100 years. That community has been there. Now you're taking them, go elsewhere. They've got to learn how to live. So when we're talking of transparency, when we're talking of accountability, everything must, first of all, be in the genesis. We look at the genesis. The beginning is very, very critical, moderator. How you begin something, and that will determine where that is going. Over and above that, there are a few benefits that are coming through, that are trickling through. Can that go with somebody that you've removed from an area where they knew how to survive? Remember that when there's a mining license, you're removing people from a place where they used to gather their mushrooms. You are removing people from a place where they have their rivers, where they know how to catch their fish. They will no longer access that portion of a river. When you remove the people, you're removing them from a place where they had access to their herbs, and we all don't depend on hospitals. So now the people no longer have an opportunity to get down to those herbs, the trees that they know, the indigenous trees that they know. When you remove the people, it means that you are also removing them from a place where they've known their immunity as effectively gone and intertwined with the environment. So removing a people group is not as simple as saying, no, you build a house elsewhere. There are a lot more dynamics. And I think that this must take us to how do we begin this process? And when you are not covered by the law, for instance, anyone can come in and get an exploration license in your area, you are very, very vulnerable. And I think that this is something that we need to look at. In fact, it's a violation of human rights, a violation of indigenous rights. It's a violation of who we are. Our culture is actually our wealth. We know how we have lived. And now, when we are told to redefine, that's how in the process, others have left our villages, have moved into Solwezi, thinking there's a better life there. You find they are there, they are even more vulnerable. And they die much faster. So I think that the whole environment, the mining environment, can we begin to harmonize? Can we begin to harmonize? You can't always insist on accountability when in the first place we were not even there when the decision to displace us was being made. Is all lost? No. For instance, when we talk of corporate social responsibility, a model that we've had with the Lumwana mining companies to form up a special purpose vehicle, which is called Lumwana Community Trust, where about an amount of money which is given per quarter. I have one of my trustees here. Kelvin, is it 5 million per quarter? How much per quarter? 5 million kwacha? Huh? 5 million kwacha per quarter. Lumwana mine sits on 3 chiefdoms: the Mukumbi chiefdom, Matevo chiefdom, and the Mena chiefdom. So we share that money per quarter to go to community projects, as was elaborated on schools and what have you. But I think that we can do better. And the whole process, they say it ends well, that starts well. And so we need to re-look at that. And then finally, we'll be able to say we're getting somewhere. I think the challenge that we're having is on this accountability and transparency on our part is when you place a community on the receiving end, it's as good as a death penalty. I thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. Allow me to stand as I invite the audience to ask some questions. And Maimbo, you advise if we have some questions online. Yes, we don't have much time, but we'll try to get some questions. So we'll start from the corner there. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Are there any other hands? 4. Okay. So before you speak, I just wanted to mention that what His Royal Highness was saying is very true in Kalumbira. I remember visiting some people who have been compensated, and when you look at where they're coming from and where they're staying now, I think for people who come from urban areas would think then a better place, because they came from their villages, moved from thatched houses, and then the mine built brick houses for them. But when we spoke to 2, 3 people, not everybody was happy. And the reason was these houses are not culturally sensitive to us. We're used to staying in a compound with a house for the parents here, a house for the boy children there, a house for females there. So it's complicated, and we're here to find solutions. So over to you, sir.
Okay, do I need to stand? Oh, thank you very much, Madam Moderator and the panelists for the wonderful discussion. So my contribution is a mixture of a question and a submission. So I'll give it some context. By the way, my name is Metluli Malisa. I'm from Conservation Advocates Zambia. This is directed to the CEO of the Chamber of Mines. You gave a very elaborate submission or presentation, which was awash with all sorts of fancy figures, billions of dollars, millions of kwacha, and everything. The background to my question is, I'll take you back to the figures that you mentioned. You mentioned that there is an environmental fund which the mining companies contribute, and you said right now it's about $35 million in it. Did I get you correctly? You also mentioned that the mines, the business you're in is about between $3 and $5 billion industry. Now, if I calculate $35 million as a percentage of, say, 5 billion, I'm getting 0.007%, which is less than, it's not even 0.5%. It's less than 0.5%. And you are saying that is the money that is being kept to restore the environment after you've extracted your $5 billion. For me, it doesn't look good. So it doesn't look too good at all. So now, coming to my question now, are you saying that because the mines are telling us all kinds of fancy figures that we've given the council 63 million kwacha, when I calculate, that's about $2 million. That's even less than the 0.007% I calculated. Actually, it's nothing. Now, my problem is, when we're speaking about transparency, a bit of background, Article 255F of our Constitution actually demands that the exploitation and utilization of natural resources should be for the benefit of the Zambian people. Now, 2 questions. 100 years, how many Zambians have actually benefited from these mines? And here, second question, here we're talking about transparency. Are you sure that by splashing all kinds of figures, you are being transparent without telling us the 63 million you gave to Solwezi Council, it was out of how much that you made? Number two, how many people have been displaced to make way for these mines? In my view, I think real transparency should talk about figures that actually matter, not just telling us that, oh, there's so much that has been given. Out of how much? So don't you think that the current transparency initiative, as you call it, is actually unconstitutional? Because it is not addressing the issue. It is not telling us, of course, like you said, you gave 63 million to Solwezi Council, you gave 64 million to Kalumbira Council.
Please,
Out of how much?
Please make your question short. Thank you. First question was quite a mouthful, so I'll allow Talent to answer. And then I just want to request the next few people to please be very specific. We just need to have time to give our panelists to wrap up. Be specific. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think these are kind of individuals and institutions who are actually misleading the performance of the mining industry. When I mentioned about the 3 to 5 billion US dollars, I didn't say that's how much we are making. I said that is the money that is participating in the supply chain of the industry. Okay? Supply chain of the industry is the money suppliers are getting and the money that is present in the local content aspect every year. That figure is not from us. That figure is from the African Development Bank. There's a specific report that I can give to you. In terms of EPF, that 35 million I mentioned is based on the risk assessments. When I'm operating a mine site, okay, officers from the government, specifically Ministry of Mines, who come to assess the risk that I'm exposed to. They will say, okay, this is the damage that you have done to the environment, and this is how much it will cost to limit this damage in case you cease operations today. So they will, based on assessment, and then you make a contribution based on what you have been given. They will give you an invoice based on what the officers assess. Okay. Then in terms of figures, the figures that we are giving you are verifiable figures of what we are contributing as industry. Whether you are using that money right or wrong, it's not our business. But the industry is contributing, and we are giving you figures which are credible based on reconciled figures. Industry says this is how much we pay to government. Government also acknowledges this is how much we received from you. And the figures I gave about the councils are here. They'll be able to tell you that, yes, exactly, this is how much we received from the mining industries. And they are based on proper trades. How you do evaluation, maybe the two representatives from the councils can explain to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next.
Thank you. Council, my departure would be adding on to what the Deputy Chief Executive Officer is responding to. By virtue of being a member of the council or board at the Ministry of Mines on EITI for the past 6 years, and the immediate past vice chair to the secretary to the cabinet. The figures that are being shared are done by an independent institution. We had wanted to bring in the Auditor General some 3-4 years ago, but we couldn't agree with the industry that the Auditor General could audit the mines. So we've continued using independent auditors to audit. And one interesting aspect is that most of the times it's the government that has been found wanting in terms of not being truthful. The industry would give the figures, they will not tarry with what the government, the information that the government is giving. So I just wanted to highlight on that. Yeah, so I've 2 questions, and the first question I think goes to His Royal Highness Chief Momena, And this relates to the current bill on mining minerals regulation commission establishment. For the past 1 year or so, we've been developing this bill, went even to State House, came back, and from our end, our argument has been the board, where we have been arguing to say those issues that you raised with consent, all that, we needed traditional leaders' representation on the board. And the government said no. So my question is, how far has that debate gone? Because the government has said we cannot have traditional leaders, then we'll be inviting problems. That is what the Minister of Mines told us. That is my first question. The second question goes to representatives of local authorities. We have the CDF, we have the Ward Development Fund, and we have the corporate social responsibility. At what point do we have these converge and harmonize in terms of the needs of the community? Do we have a platform where we meet and harmonize? I've got examples of where communities have reported that this money is CDF when the toilets and the schools were built by a mining company. And then the money that came from CDF were shared by the community. So is there a point where we promote transparency and accountability by ensuring that CSR, CDF, World Development Committee is harmonized, and there is that transparency and understanding that we are putting things in one place and towards the most felt community needs? Thank you.
Thank you. So from now onwards, we are just allowing one question per person. Thank you very much for the clarity as well. The train is going this way. The gentleman in the red tie.
Thank you very much. My name is David Ndumba. I'm actually a student. I have a question concerning the, based on the point source nature of the extractive industries, you realize that to some extent, striking a balance between the people, the environment, and the mining section is a little bit not so much considered, especially to the people in the communities. So I heard the CEO for the Ministry of the Chamber of Mines made mention of the fact that there are policies around that when there's damage to the environment, a certain amount of money is charged. There's an invoice that comes on board. My question is, are there any policies that get to guide people whilst the mining process is happening? Because when you look at the value chain right now, you'd realize that the number of people that are benefiting from the mining sector are not actually the people from that local space, but the people from outside. So are there any policies around that guides the people in that particular mining area so that they can benefit in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you, the lady here. So we'll take this set. After she finishes, I'll allow my panel to speak, and then we'll take the last set.
Good afternoon. My name is Gracia Imbole from Caritas Zambia. First of all, I would like to recommend the Solwezi Council and the Columbia Council for what they're doing, because we have projects in Fanyama and Nimba and Usangazi where we held a study, and most of the community members firstly did not know that mining activities are taking place in the communities. Secondly, they did not even know about the mining fees that the mine pays to the councils. And thirdly, they said that they're even not engaged, or they do not participate in decision making on how those mining revenues are being used. So I would like to recommend the two councils and probably suggest, if possible, probably have a local council exchange visit where maybe some councils from other districts can come and learn how you are able to ensure that communities are involved and there is compliance from mining companies. So my first question is, what mechanisms have you as the local council put in place to ensure that there's total compliance from the mining companies to remit different fees such as property rates, land rates, and are these mechanisms effective? And then can I just sneak in one last question? What are the councils doing about mining companies that are into business, but they're not remitting any fees to the councils? Thank you.
So thank you. You're the last person I'm allowed to sneak in a question. So I'll just request His Royal Highness to respond to the question on the suggestion to include traditional leaders on the Mining Regulation Commission.
Thank you very much. We have heard of the bill on Mining Regulation Board. I'm saying we have heard. And so far, we do not know how far this has gone or whether this has already been made into law. Up to now, it is still a bill. Now, you are speaking as an insider, and you've given us privileged information that the people inside are saying, no, we don't need chiefs anywhere near. Why don't they want chiefs there? If we are talking about transparency and we are talking about accountability. And meanwhile, the chiefs are the leaders of the people. Chieftaincy is a leadership assignment. That's how we have lived and we have governed ourselves. We regulate customs and cultures so that we know what is good for us. For instance, you've had the things that have been happening today because you are interested in developing a mine. In your dewatering process, you flood an entire graveyard. That's very uncultural. You flood an entire graveyard. Then you pollute the entire environment. And the only reason you don't want a section of leadership is so that they do not tell you not to do the undoable. The problem that we are seeing is when people become, education must be all round and must be balanced. If you think you are educated only in the academics and you have zero education in who you are traditionally, who you are as a people, who you are in terms of even your own identity, to an extent that you can destroy your environment because you think you live in the sky. No wonder we are doing these things, but there's nothing to show for those that are into these things. So this kind of education must be an education which, first of all, informs you of where you are and how you are going to thrive 100 years down the line. So when you forget that, you are a sorry sight. If you don't know your history, you think you thrive on the new things? No. So when people are saying we do not want chiefs anywhere in order to avoid what? Trouble. If you have a chief anywhere, you have trouble. It is just because of the greediness. And they do not want anyone who is going to raise a voice of reasoning. I'm not saying we are angels as chiefs. I'm not saying we know it all. But remember, a chief is not an individual. It's an institution. And that's why, even when I'm governed by a team of elders, both male and female. So when you are saying you are no chief, in short, you are saying we don't want the community anywhere near us. No wonder you can come up, we can come up now with things like Mines and Minerals Act of 2015. Was that crafted by Zambians, or it was crafted by, what do we call these people who come from space? Huh? No, not
Aliens.
astronauts. Huh?
Aliens.
Aliens. Was that crafted by Zambians, or it was crafted by aliens? How do we become a danger to our own selves? How do we become a danger to our own environment? So, I think that I pray that that position will be revisited, because you are taking these minds into the communities. When the communities one day rise and say, after all, what is there for us in this? We shall now be saying, whoever gave you the license, go and bring him here to come and face us. That is, now we are arming ourselves also to defend ourselves. We are not ready to die just because somebody has forgotten about who we are. Remember, the traditional system, Zambia has a two-way or a dual land system. Customary land and statutory land, and both are law. So, traditional land, customary land is regulated by the communities themselves. Statutory land is where the city councils are sitting, what have you. So we're not going to give away, I don't think that it would be fair to give away our lives. If anything, the best you can do, the way you've done, I thank you, you are giving us that information, so that you come back and say, this is how best you can defend yourselves. And actually, that is the whole reason for civil society. They've been very good partners, actually. And I know you are coming from that background. Thank you. You know, the reason the law changed is selfishness. But away from the selfishness that we possess as Homo sapiens or as human beings, there is enough for everyone. There is enough for both the needy and the greedy. But we can afford to live with each other. We can afford to sustainably build these environments and these communities. If you say this much, yes, probably that argument, what percentage? It's a percentage of how much? So I think that to wind it all up, we do not know how far that bill has gone. And with that leakage you've given us, we are actually demanding, and with the help of civil society, TIZD, and with the help of the mining industry, the mining companies, that are our partners out there in the community. Please help us advocate that this selfishness, we do not want it. Can we afford to live together? I thank you.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. We are here talking about collaborative partnerships. So we need to ensure that even in legal reviews, development of new laws, everyone is incorporated to ensure that we don't leave anybody behind. So in the interest of time, I'll allow the last 3 questions. Do we have any questions online? Okay. So the last 3 questions, then after that, the panelists will give their final remarks. If there's a question attributed to you, please you answer it as you give your final remarks.
Thank you very much. My name is Nalucha Ziva, and I come from the civil society sector. So I have 1 question and 2 points of clarification. So the Mines and Minerals Commission has not been yet established. It's still a bill. Largely, I believe Council Madisa can speak more to that, is that for you to establish any commission in Zambia, there's Article 261 of the Constitution that establishes all commissions in Zambia. And when you look at this commission, it does not exist in the Constitution. So therefore, there is need for a constitutional amendment or review to happen to give birth to it. So in a way, it sort of has jumped, it's the chicken and egg, it has gone ahead of its birth. So there's still time to engage for colleagues in the civil society in terms of the ongoing processes around the formation of this commission. And another point of clarification was from the, I believe, the Chamber of Mines. Yes, the Mineral and Revenue Sharing Mechanism was removed. It used to be Section 136 of the Repealed Mines and Minerals Act of 2008. And I believe the advocacy from civil society has been that it needs to be reinstated. My question is to the Chamber of Mines around the EPF. We know that in its current formation, it's really just around rehabilitation of decommissioned mine. Are you at any point as a chamber also advocating for broadening the scope of this fund so that it looks at environmental abilities during the course of the mine? As we have heard from the chief to say, in dewatering, some mines are already even flooding graveyards, which all those are environmental challenges, which we can't wait until a mine finishes its lifespan based on what you showed us there to start benefiting from this. And just one last point of to the audience. I think it's high time as civil society we started advocating for a wealthy sovereign fund so that it's able to support intergenerational equity when it comes to the harnessing of our mineral resource endowment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon to you all. My name's Kalolo Albert. I'm coming from the Mighty Mkoa Boys Secondary School. And my question is based on the topic Your Royal Highness the Chief was addressing and spearheaded to any of the panelists that can answer. When one applies for a mining license, factors like historical heritage considered before the mining license is given, and what other factors are considered before this mining license is offered? Thank you.
Well, let me just give a simple background to my question. Based on the local content that the gentleman from the Chamber of Mines brought, and in relation to the Minerals Regulation Commission Bill 2024, which His Royal Highness has said is not privy to. Now, we realize that we are forming, we want to corroborate partnerships for combating corruption in the extractive industries. But the Minerals and Regulation Commission Bill of 2024, one of the aims is to repeal, it says the aims of this commission is to repeal and replace the Mines and Minerals Development Act of 2015. So once this bill is law, it's going to replace the Mines and Minerals Development Act of 2015. So my question to the gentleman from the Chamber of Commerce, or Chamber of Mines, is to what extent are we embracing that theme of forming partnerships with the powers that be, the ones that are putting together this bill, which will become law very soon, to address the mining issues? To what extent are we collaborating? And also, to what extent are we being transparent into avoiding other people to contribute to the mines and minerals. I mean, the Minerals Regulation Commission bill. Other people are excluded from contributing to it becoming a law, because very soon it will become a law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the questions. We've run out of time, so I will just request our panelists to take 2 minutes each to respond to the questions that have been directed to you, and give your final thought on this. We want resolutions. What are some of the prospects you see in the challenges that we have discussed today? I will request the young lady over here to help me be a timekeeper. So strictly 2 minutes, you switch off. Do you have a phone? Here, use mine. You probably even know how to use it better than me. We'll start from Father Noel.
Thank you very much. As Caritas Solwezi, we have observed and concluded that combating corruption, especially in mining areas, we need to do a lot. We need to do a lot, especially from a government point of view, because we have discovered that that is where the biggest problem is. The district administrations, to some extent, the provincial administrations are culprits in this area. They are easily taken by the incentives, the carrots that are dangled by the investors when they come. And this has resulted into a lot of people suffering. We have a lot of issues in Northwestern, where as Caritas Solwezi have engaged the districts and provincial administrations to sort out, but they are falling on cold feet. We have escalated some of these issues as far as the president. We have written reports to him. We have engaged him on face-to-face just to report on some of these things, but we are disappointed. And if we are to fight corruption with the seriousness it deserves, we need to deal with the district administrations and somehow the local authorities as well, because we have issues in these institutions. Thank you.
How much time did you use? Good. So just feel free to say time up when it's 2 minutes. Madam Mumbali, there was a question that was raised there, which I think that raises a lot of corruption risks and maybe double dipping by beneficiaries. The question was on how is the council planning to harmonize all these funds? The councils have become very rich. CDF is raining on you. And for Kalumbila, you have 2 mines. That's money raining on you. On top of that, with decentralization now, more resources to the councils. So all these streams have different opportunities for communities to benefit, but it also brings then risks of double dipping by beneficiaries and also increasing corruption. How do you intend as a council to work on that? Thank you.
Thank you. What is happening, whatever money that is received by the council is receipted. And at the end of it, we have receipt and payments. So there's no possibility where someone can dip. And every money that we receive is planned for. Whatever we pay is paid to the council, like in terms of rates, is budgeted for. And this is what is going into the communities. So when it comes to even to the money that we are receiving, the money, whatever we're receiving from even devolved ministries, is money that has been planned for, budgeted for. So you cannot misappropriate that one. Otherwise, you find yourself in problems. You have to adhere to regulation, to financial regulations. So we have to follow, we are following financial regulation to the latter. In terms of finance that are receiving, So the other question that is coming, which was asking, how are you compelling the mines to pay the rates? The other is, we normally issue with what we call a quotation to pay. If they fail to pay within stipulated time, they are also given some warnings. Failure to that, we involve the bailiffs. We've been having some mines where we try to coordinate with them in a way that we are partners. But we find sometimes there are difficulties. And at the end of it, we take legal way. That's when they compel to pay. And this, which is a scenario, the last solution to involve the legal way, where you involve the bailiffs. So in times, again, there are other mine companies that are operating. There are so many foreign companies in connection with the mines that you may not know, but they are operating the mine. They are suppliers to the mines. We may not have records. It has been a challenge to get records of those companies. We have written to the mines, give us the names of those companies. They will fail to give us the names, and they are housed in the mines. That's a challenge. Sometimes to go in and find out who is supplying this and this is difficult. On the Zambian part companies, it's easy because you may go to the Chamber of Commerce, they may give you that list. But when it comes to foreigners, foreign companies that are supplying the mines, it has been challenged even to pay personal levy, to pay the licenses. You have really to take, it has been difficult for us as a councils. I think most of them who have got, mines in their districts, to get that's the number. There are so many foreign companies that are operating, suppliers to the mine. But up now, we don't know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we also need to be accountable for our time. So Your Worship, part of your time has been taken by Kalumbila. So in less than 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. For sure, it has been a good discussion and a number of things to take home. My last appeal is to the audience and all the citizens of Zambia and other stakeholders. Please, these are public resources that we are talking about. These are your resources. Leaders entrusted to be in these offices, please let us always have a check on them. Invite them for interviews such as maybe radio programs. Let there be engagements with the local authorities and other government wings so that we get to have the information that is needed and clarity on matters pertaining to development. Therefore, I want to encourage everyone to continue, just like TIZ is doing and its partners, in making sure that they follow up issues that have to do with human development. We thank you, and once again, thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to be part of this gathering. Twasanta Mwane.
Mwane, the Chamber of Mines, 1 minute.
Thank you. There was an earlier question on what benefit to locals. I think we are doing quite a lot. There is a deliberate effort, for example, in terms of employment in the mines, to make sure that we look at available skills within the community. In terms of supply to the mines as well, there are proper definitions for companies such as Rumwana, where they first of all source within the locality. If there is nothing, they go to province, then they go to national. If there is nothing, then outside the country. For the issue of EPF, Madam Narucha, mines are doing what we call progressive rehabilitation. If there is a breach in the mine, immediately you have to address it. There are issues that you mine a certain area. If copper is exhausted there, you need to make sure that you rehabilitate it, plant trees, and then also ZEMA also helps us. ZEMA is actually very tough. If there is a breach, a serious breach, they can even come there, issue an order, and you can even stop the business that you are doing immediately. Local content, partnerships, collaboration, we're doing a lot. I think there are very active discussions with government. Just last week, Your Royal Highness, we were in Tanzania doing a benchmarking of the Minerals Regulation Commission. And one of the issues that has come up is mining licenses. As a recommendation of our report, mining licenses should start from the community. The traditional leadership should be able to endorse and make sure that, these licenses, yes, we agree that this company should be given a license. So those are the recommendations that we are doing, and we are making sure that we work with government on the local content aspect as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kaka Wani, over to you. 2 minutes to just give us your final thoughts.
Thank you very much. As I use my 2 minutes to respond to the mighty Mukuba, are there any historical factors that are looked at? The law actually covers all these things. Heritage sites are not supposed to be tampered with or given away to mining rights and what have you. But usually the devil is in the practice. When you look at Northwestern Province, that's the headwaters of the Zambezi River. That's the headwaters of the Kabompo River. That's the headwaters of the Kafue River. That's the headwaters of many other rivers. But with what is going on and that the Minister of Mines can give a license anywhere and everywhere, I think that is putting the environment and Zambia at risk. And when you see much of the open pit mining going on is open pit, that means that so many trees are being cleared. No wonder the rains are going down. Zafico comes in, they cut an entire forest in order to put in eucalyptus. You think you have the rains. So these environmental things, I think, are things that we need to look at. There are also other factors. But I love the battle that civil society put up in opening a mine where the lower Zambezi, and how they've been fighting for forest reserves. I think these are things that we must be able to look at. Finally, you cannot give a license to every Jim and Jack. This is why people who have no money are being given licenses. They get a license, they go and sell it without even picking a single soil. I think that we need to look at all this with this regulation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Many thanks to our vibrant panel. I think we had a well-balanced panel with a wealth of information. I've learned a lot today. And many thanks to all of you for listening and also for staying longer. I think we have gone over by almost 20 minutes. So I will not take time to wrap up. I think the panelists wrapped up very well. What really came out is that a lot has happened, but a lot more is required. And that community engagement is an absolute need to ensure that there is transparency, accountability, beyond just revenue collection and beyond the use of money, but also application of a human rights-based perspective so that you are covering the whole array of life, from economics, culture, and everything that a human person needs. So thank you once more and have a good lunch. Thank you.
Before you go, we need to take a photo, a group photo for the panel and the moderator. And per practice, we have some flasks for our There's a new moderator. Okay. I haven't been given the bio. Okay, so our moderator has changed last minute. Instead of Mr. Mkuka, we are now being represented by a lady, a female, and I'm happy to see more female faces this side. So because we didn't have the bio, I'll ask her to introduce herself, then she calls to the podium her panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Maimbo. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. My name is Ella Kamiwa, and I'm from the National Democratic Institute. I will be moderating the panel on promoting transparency and accountability through asset disclosure in extractives. And the objectives of my panel will be to explore the role of asset disclosure in promoting transparency, looking at how it can mitigate corruption risk, and also linking that issues of lifestyle audits, beneficial ownership, and preventing state capture. So my panelists include Garth Peary from the American Bar Association. Garth, please come forward. He is the board secretary of the American Bar Association, ABA Rowley, and also the director of programs there. He has authored 2 books on trade and law and debt sustainability, and has extensive experience as a legal consultant, including around issues of political party regulation, asset declaration laws, as well as public debt management. I also have as a panelist, Josiah Kalala from Chapter 1 Foundation. He's a founder and the ED of Chapter 1 Foundation. He's a seasoned expert and also works on issues of civic engagement, human rights, as well as strategic litigation. Thank you, Josiah. I also have Chimuka, representing the Transparency International Zambia, and he advocates for constitutional reform, anti-corruption laws, as well as transparency in elections. And last but not least, Mutale Mukoka from the National Democratic Institute, who will be joining the panel as well. Thank you. And a round of applause for my panelists. Okay, thank you all for being here with me today. Just getting straight into the conversation, I will start with ABA Rowley. Now, a theme that has been resonating throughout the conference is that it is important to have an effective governance system around the extractive industries. And from this perspective, from a strong institutional oversight perspective and also robust legal framework perspective, what are some of the specific elements of asset declaration laws that relate to extractive industry transactions, and who are those key figures in the extractive industry that these laws cover?
Thank you so much, Ella. I think when we look at the legislative framework, it is multi-layered and it encompasses such things as the Revenue Authority, the Zambia Development Agency Act. It looks at the Mines and Minerals Development Act, and it looks at the Companies Act, especially the 2017 Amended Companies Act. So in all these pieces of legislation, there are various requirements that require or that call for disclosures in the extractive industries. I'll give an example. For you to acquire a mining license, for instance, you need to have your company registered. And so there are all sorts of layers of disclosure requirements in the company registration. But as an investor, you also need a certain level of compliance with the Zambia Development Agency Act provisions. You need a level of compliance also with the Mines and Minerals Development Act. So as I said earlier, there are several levels of legislative framework and several pieces of legislation that acting together impose duties of disclosure on different actors and different players in the mining sector and in the extractive industry sector. Now, having said that, I must also hasten to mention that if you look at the Access to Information law that was recently passed in December of 2023, it's mainly targeted at public institutions. There are very few instances in which a private institution, a private organization can be attached to the long arm or the clause of the Access to Information law. So if, for instance, you are demanding for information about the inner workings of Lumwana mine or FQM, for example, you might not be able to access that information since the Act does not specifically bring in under its ambit the operations of private entities, except perhaps in institutions, in instances where these institutions' activities have a bearing on public interest. And so I recognize that as one of the shortfalls of our legislative framework. In an environment where the extractive industry plays such a big role, one would want to have information on the decision-making processes of these important institutions. If, like we heard in the morning, a mine is guilty of under-declaring, under-invoicing, transfer pricing, shifting debts from one jurisdiction to the other, all sorts of activities that in sum or singularly amount to tax avoidance and tax evasion schemes. We need to have legislation that can lift the veil of incorporation and identify the decision makers in that organization and bring them to book. Right now, we throw up our arms in despair and say, oh, FQM took $2.5 billion of a mine in Zambia to pay off a debt somewhere in, I don't know, in Pakistan or Thailand or something. And there are no consequences. Why? Because we are treating the entity as an entity, because we respect the concept or the doctrine of separate legal personality. But that doctrine of separate legal personality is not couched in absolute terms. The law allows for the lifting of the veil of incorporation in order to determine who the decision makers are at the heart of an organization. So that is one element that is important to me, that we need to have a robust enough legal regime that can force disclosures of what the directors, the board members, and the shareholders, the major shareholders of these institutions are having and what they are doing. And that there must be a second level to disclosures. It's not enough for us to simply say the general manager or the managing director has so much wealth. We need to be opening up the bank accounts of their immediate family members. if there is looting going on and people are able to hide property in family members, then the disclosures relating to family members should be all the more important. And that is why we need to move that step further and say that it's not just the entity that must be under scrutiny, but also the directors, the decision makers, the board members must be under scrutiny. And equally important, their immediate family relations must also be under scrutiny. So yes, we have a legislative framework. We have a lot of legislation that calls for disclosures, but somehow a lot of these people making dangerous decisions that defraud the country and that help to siphon money into offshore financial centers remain untouched. They remain obscure. No one calls them up or no one calls them out on some of the decision making that they carry out. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that response. And I think that goes also to answer the value of extending the scope of people that should declare their assets. Just to build on that question, are there any best practices that we can look at in terms of guiding principles and also practices to take into consideration?
So the guiding principles and the best practices will be found in the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, the UNCAC, the FTAF. You can also look at the enormous case law that has been generated over the decades. Important decisions from Mauritius, from Nigeria, decisions from the Philippines and from Argentina, where the courts have declared that one cannot hide behind the excuse that all this property that I have has been given to me by my father or my mother or my uncle, that there must be a way that people must account for what they have. So that already takes us into the realm of unjust enrichment laws, into the realm of asset declarations. So we want to look at those courageous decisions from the jurisprudence emerging from different jurisdictions, like the ones I've just mentioned, notably from Mauritius, where a former president was made to pay back millions of dollars that had been siphoned from the coffers. From Nigeria, where relatives of state governors were made to face the tune because of the amount of wealth they had accumulated using their politically connected relation as a conduit. Brazil as well, Argentina, and the Philippines. So best practices will be found not just in legislation, but also in decided cases, in jurisprudence, in the reasoning around the issue of asset declarations. I just need to make one comment. The reason asset declarations is cardinal is because it serves as a measure to deter wrongdoing. But also it serves to protect the innocent. Those who are not guilty of anything, they cannot be accused of having falsely or unjustly accumulated wealth if it can be traced from the beginning how their wealth has been increasing. And that can be best achieved through an asset declaration, ante and post involvement in public service. So the public service angle is already being taken care of. But what we lack, as I said, is how, for instance, under the King's reports, corporate governance should be entrenched in private organizations or publicly listed organizations. And so the corporate governance angle seems to be missing in our context as Zambia. We seem to be struggling to effect corporate governance demands on our organizations, our conglomerates, our big entrepreneurs. And so they get away with the blue murder. They can pay themselves outrageous sums of money and there will be no one to raise an eyebrow because we don't have a very strongly entrenched corporate governance system. And so we need to revisit the Hampel reports, the Greensburg reports, and the King's reports. Those are international documents that were generated over years to counter the excesses of companies that went under, such as the Lehman Brothers, such as Enron, and other big companies that siphoned wealth from countries and caused enormous disruptions to different countries.
Okay, thank you. And just to conclude, to your earlier point of wrongdoing and also corruption and extractives being something of public interest, what protections exist for whistleblowers in the industry?
Sorry, the last part?
What protections exist for whistleblowers reporting corruption in the extractive industry?
Okay, so Zambia has a Whistleblowers Protection Act of 2014, and that act is in operation. Now, unfortunately, what we find in that act is there are one or two scary elements. First of all, it's an act that seeks to protect employees. And what that means is that if you are not an employee, you are not covered adequately by that act. You have to be an employee for you to receive the protection. And then secondly, there are all sorts of scary provisions against what are termed as false reports. Now, it's possible that a whistleblower could come up with information which that whistleblower mistakenly thinks is important to a case. But there are sections within the Whistleblowers Act that will say, if you come up with a false report, you are facing 7 years of jail time. That acts now as a deflection. It prevents people from coming up as whistleblowers because the consequences of being accused of whistleblowing can actually be very, very adverse. So those two notches, the one on the fact that it addresses employees and then the other one on the fact that the consequences for false reporting are very severe, act to the detriment of the implementation of the Whistleblowers Act. But I must also add another thing. Whistleblowing is not something that's always appreciated. I'll give you two examples, one from Britain and another one from the United States. The British example was of this lady who worked in the telecoms, and her job was connecting phone calls, long distance phone calls. And in one of those conversations, she overheard American operatives stationed in London planning to bag the Pakistani embassy. And she whistleblew on that. Guess who came after her with the full force of the law? It was the British government itself. And it took about 4 years for that lady to be acquitted from those accusations because they couldn't believe that she was a whistleblower. She was working in a very sensitive institution that was handling very sensitive information. And they saw her as breaching her agency duties by disclosing things that were classified. And so you are walking a tightrope. We are dealing with a first world country that cannot distinguish between whistleblowing and confidentiality. So whistleblowing is not always welcome. And I think that even in our context in this country, people will fear to whistleblow for the simple reason that they could lose their jobs. They will fear to whistleblow for the simple reason that you go to the police to whistleblow a particular transaction and the police are putting you in the cells and trying to transfer you to some remote destination where you are going to be reported for misconduct. Where as a whistleblower, you become the first suspect or you become the victim of law enforcement agencies. So these are the conversations that we need to be having as a nation. How much credence, how much importance are we going to attach to whistleblowing? Can we broaden the scope so that it does not just affect employees, but whistleblowing from independent third parties, from the officious bystander can be taken seriously as a way of preventing the kind of looting that goes on. In any case, we are dealing with extractive industries that are privately owned. If I'm not an employee, how will I whistleblow? If I don't have the immediate protection of the act? And I'll be looking at all these abuses taking place in my community, gold being looted at night, and I can't say a word because the question I'll be asked is, are you an employee of that mining company? And I'll say I'm not. Then what's your interest? So those are the things we should be mainstreaming. We should begin to look at more closely and say, how do we free the Whistleblowing Act so that it operates on a more general scale rather than on a more specific and predetermined scale? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that elaborate response. Now moving quickly to the link between public service transparency and extractive sector accountability. And this came up in a session with the DPP earlier. Now from this perspective, and this is to you, Josiah, how can asset disclosure frameworks and lifestyle audits prevent corruption among public officials?
Thank you. I just want to say on the introduction, I'm not the founder of Chapter 1 Foundation. I don't want to get credit for that. Then on to the question. Asset disclosure and lifestyle audits track how public officials attain wealth. And the importance of that in considering the extractives is for nearly every extractive sector, industry, there's some interface with the public official. It's either regulated or licensed in one way or another. So if you think of mines, there's land involved. If you think of any extractive, there's a form of regulation from public officials. So it therefore goes that if there is corruption in the sector, over the sessions in the morning, we've heard all the wrong that's been going on in the country. So what are our public officials doing? Because they are the primary duty bearers. How are they attaining so much wealth, yet we've got so much wrong going on, so much taxes we should be getting, but we aren't getting? So lifestyle audits and asset disclosure laws track progress of officials. And I'd like to give an example. There's been, in the past, lots of debate over what a person declares when they're filing their nomination for presidency. And then 5 years later, you see they file a figure which is much more astronomical than what they filed years ago. And that's a form of, that's lifestyle audit and asset disclosure laws allow the public to witness this and see and ask questions. Why or how are you attaining so much wealth as a public officer? And I like to ground conversations around transparency, accountability, and anti-corruption in an anecdotal story. There are missionaries who went to Northwestern Province, and when they were eating a meal with the community, they were chewing with their mouths closed. And the community was laughing at them, saying, have you stolen the food you're eating? Because why are you chewing with your mouth closed? You don't want people to see what you're eating. And so we see already from our traditional or historical background, we've got a culture of transparency, we've got a culture of accountability, especially around wealth. And that is even more so, more important, where public officials are entrusted with power to oversee how resources are managed, how taxes are paid over resources that are extracted. So that's what lifestyle audits and asset declaration laws do. They help track illicit financial gain by public officials, and they ensure transparency and accountability in how wealth is gained, especially by those entrusted to look over public funds. every year, I think it might even be every month, we hear of a scandal at a different ministry. Those are public officials involved. Where is the money going? It's only now, more than in the past, that we're hearing flats and houses and so on are being repossessed by the state. But if we had an effective and comprehensive asset declaration framework, lifestyle audit framework, some of these things wouldn't have to wait for years because the public would be aware. I think I'll end there.
Thank you for that. And just to conclude, speaking to your point just now, so what are the legal and policy gaps that hinder this effective implementation of some of the asset declaration or disclosure laws that we have in terms of public service accountability?
So in this space, there's a huge gap in that there's no actual framework for asset disclosure by public officials, except the Parliamentary and Ministerial Code of Conduct Act, and I think the Anti-Corruption Act also provide officers of the anti-corruption to declare their assets periodically or when they start working. So there's a huge gap in terms of a framework for public officials because none of them, other than the ministers and parliamentarians, are covered. And when you look at the Parliamentary and Ministerial Code of Conduct, it's also not effective in ensuring the sort of transparency and accountability that is envisaged. The Parliamentary and Ministerial Code of Conduct provides that ministers are supposed to declare their assets, liabilities, and income. Chapter 1, Transparency International, Alliance for Community Action have been monitoring this. And for instance, since 2021, only one minister has consistently declared his assets, liabilities, and income. The rest to declare assets, but not their liabilities and their income. So there's a huge gap in terms of the legal framework. And that's definitely an area where civil society, government, law enforcement agencies should come in and look to enact laws. I know Anti-Corruption Commission has stated that they're working on a lifestyle audit law for public officials, but such a law has to be developed in consultation with the citizens, because citizens are the ones who interact with public officials on a day-to-day basis. They're the ones who know what will be needed beyond a law enforcement perspective from their public officials. So I think it's important that conversations and legislation be developed in a transparent and participatory manner, which is not the case right now. And then it's also important that existing laws should be enforced, like the Parliamentary and Ministerial Code of Conduct. So in addition to providing a code of conduct for ministers where they declare the assets, liabilities, and income, it also requires members of parliament to declare if they have any interest in a government contract. Now, out of curiosity, and when preparing for this conversation, I did a quick scroll through the parliamentary website, and you find the vast majority of members of parliament list their profession their profession as being a businessman. How many of them have contracts or are benefiting from contracts with government, either directly or through companies they own, and not declaring this? Isn't this information that citizens should know? And if they are benefiting and not declaring, shouldn't there be accountability for that gap? Same with ministers. It's unfortunate. Right now, we've got one minister who complies. In the past, it was even lower. So there's never been accountability for the lack of disclosure. And what the law provides is you file a complaint with the Chief Justice, and a tribunal is set up to investigate the allegations, and the tribunal makes recommendations to the appointing authority, in this case, the president. The recommendations of the tribunal are not binding on the president. So we've had instances in the past where a tribunal has been set up and has found wrongdoing, but people who have been found to have acted wrongly still maintain ministerial positions. So there has to be an effective and efficient accountability mechanism to support these laws as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And speaking to your point on transparency, I'll move to Chimuka. How can asset disclosure promote transparency and accountability? What are some of the actions that can be taken?
Thanks so much, moderator. Let me begin by indicating that a disclosure or asset disclosure is one of the key strategies in the fight against corruption. Let me also indicate that if this particular strategy is not implemented in one or the other, there are a lot of repercussions that come as a result of that. So basically, we have got a concept that we refer to as state capture. This particular concept is where government does make decisions that will favor a given segment of society, a family, or an industry. Now, since we are looking at the mining sector, to some extent, if the mining industries do not make declarations of the assets, for example, it will become very difficult for government to be able to assess the capacities of the mines. For example, when it comes to issues of declaration of revenue and also issues of taxation. It is also important for the mining sector to declare assets so that the society itself can actually develop trust for this particular industry. Further to that, you look at asset declaration as one of those important anti-corruption strategies when it comes to the mines, in that when the information is given to government, government will be able to leverage on that information to make key decisions. Now, linking this particular aspect to issues of state capture and also issues of political financing, you discover that one of the key models that big industries such as the mines would use to actually capture the government comes through a model that would call political party financing. So you discover that the economy of Zambia, of course, is anchored on the mining sector, meaning that the mining industry is so huge, it's so massive in terms of the capacity of resources and so forth and so on. Now, when you look at the Zambian context where political financing is not regulated, this implies that political parties themselves are able to source funds from different sources, and this is basically not known. On the other side, you look at the aspect that these big businesses, including the mining sector, for them what they are concerned is survival of their businesses. So they don't care which political party they will fund. What they would do, mostly the strategies they would use is that to fund the current ruling political party and also the opposition political parties, because they don't want to get a gamble at any time, whichever political party that comes to win. So you discover that through this process, a state capture starts way beyond, way before a political party actually comes into power. Now, this particular concept has got its own effects when it comes to the context. So you discover that when a country is experiencing a state capture, there are decisions that will be made that will only benefit a few people. I'll give an example. For example, in South Africa, I'm sure we heard of the Gupta brothers. During Zuma's time, they had captured the state, and someone was trying to exaggerate that when the budget is made, it has to pass through that family and it's scrutinized before it is read in the National Assembly. So implying that if we have got industries here or big families that have actually captured the state, the decisions, be economical decisions, be mining related decisions, policies, and so forth and so on, will actually favor just a few individuals because they have actually pumped a lot of money to ensure that that particular political party is in power. So what this implies is that we have industries that will buy policies. Okay, so policies will be made in their favor so that they can make huge profits. We'll have industries or individuals that will buy regulations so that they can maneuver here and there. Should I continue? Because your question was loaded, so.
No, thank you. That will take me straight into.
Maybe before you come, before Mukuka comes in, let me end by indicating what we are supposed to do to avoid issues of state capture, especially when it comes to multinational corporations. So you discover that the issue of accountability is actually done by political parties. So political parties and political representatives go to the people that they represent for the sake of accountability. And what that does now is that to some extent, as an individual, if I'm a politician, it means that I'm supposed to have huge sums of money, because when I go on the ground, the people will be expecting me to dip into my pocket. But when you flip it the other side, I think accountability should be a responsibility of government. So it means that we have to change the model of social accountability as compared to leaving political parties, representatives or politicians to be accountable to the electorate. It should be government that should be actually accountable to the electorate. I think recently Transparency International Zambia actually conducted a study on the elections and money and members of perspective from members of parliament. And you will discover that the members of parliament themselves actually attest to the fact that what has made political parties or monetized elections is an aspect of demands as well from the electorates, because the electorates as well, they are not sensitized in terms of what are they supposed to hold this particular politician when he's on the ground. So politicians are looked as Father Christmas so that they can be able to dish a lot of money. So that particular aspect needs to be changed. The other aspect, of course, is an aspect of ensuring that the civil servants that we have, we bring in a model of performance measurements so that when these people are put in power, we don't evaluate them based on the political gains they have done, but they should be based on the performance with respect to the system that has been put in place. Otherwise, if we leave it open like that, we will always be experiencing a state capture, and it will become very difficult for us to be able to enjoy even the rich resources that we have, because decisions are made in favor of those that actually empower political parties. I submit.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a question and answer session at the end of Mutale's presentation. So I will encourage the audience to have their questions ready for our panelists. So Chimuka, thank you for highlighting some of those risks that come with political donations, as well as how they can be mitigated. So related to that, how can asset disclosure and beneficial ownership transparency be leveraged to prevent state capture and to ensure accountability?
Thank you, moderator, and thank you to everyone that has spoken before me, because I think you've laid the ground nicely for this particular question. Now, I'm not sure everyone understands what beneficial ownership transparency is, except I know it's been mentioned repeatedly from yesterday. So quickly, when we talk about beneficial ownership transparency, just so that we have a grounded conversation, we're talking about transparency over the natural persons, the warm bodies, who ultimately own, control, or benefit from a corporate vehicle. And corporate vehicle simply means a company, a trust arrangement, foundation, a partnership, whatever it is. And I think it's useful to just start the conversation from there in answering the question that the moderator posed. So how then do you leverage beneficial ownership transparency coupled with asset disclosure to prevent state capture? We go back to why the question itself is important. I think we can all agree that the only reason we're having this conversation is because we know that the idea that prominent influential persons or politically exposed persons have a role to play in the economy. And we know that these individuals often either own a company or have some sort of control over a company or benefit from a company. In other words, that politically exposed persons are beneficial owners of corporate vehicles that could be very active in the extractive sector. And again, when we talk about extractives, remember we're talking about forestry, we're talking about wildlife, we're talking about fisheries, we're talking about mining. So it's not just mining. So think about it broadly. And so when you ask yourself the question, what then is the risk of having politically exposed persons playing a role in the economy by way of owning companies in which companies they have not disclosed their interests, their beneficial ownership interests, so you don't know that they have this interest, okay? The answer then is very simple there. It's that you have individuals that are amassing wealth by way of, the operations of these companies. So individuals use their influence to influence or skew the licensing, the decision-making process, for example, for the award of licenses in whether it's fisheries, forestry, mining, or whatever it is, and they exploit minerals, they sell minerals, they accumulate wealth, okay? So far are we together? And so you have an individual who's a politically exposed person, and by that again is meant, this could be a minister, a member of parliament, a member of the judiciary, whatever it is. These individuals, in conducting business, are engaged in different relationships with, both external and internal players. But I want you to imagine a scenario where they're engaged in business with external players. And what you have then is a situation where external players, by way of their relationship with politically exposed persons, who they're in business with and have a business relationship with, then begin to influence policy to, provide an environment that allows for their businesses to thrive. Because remember, I have an interest. I'm a minister of fisheries. I have control over the licensing regime in fisheries, all right? And so I earn money from fisheries, but I'm working with partners. I just want you to imagine that scenario. And those partners then working with me, we begin to say, how can we influence policy in fisheries so that we make more money from the business? That's where the aspect of state capture comes in. It means the interest of that business is put above the interest of the public or the national interest, because it's about how does that entity benefit from having a politically exposed person as part of that entity, as part of its ownership structure, and being able then to influence policy so that that business thrives. Now, this picture can be spread across various other sectors. So in forestry, it's the same. Yesterday, I think it was yesterday when we had the example of instances where, even in terms of the context of logging licenses, that the system itself is rigged. You have instances where certain licenses are the preserve of locals, but you have situations repeatedly where at face value, the license is awarded to a local, but you see a foreigner somehow involved. And I'm saying this because I can tell you now that from the work that we've done, that's usually because the local is usually working with a foreign national, someone with foreign interest to exploit, whether it's fish, whether it's timber, whether it's minerals in the mining sector. And so I'm just beginning to paint that picture so you can begin to see how all of this is interconnected, that there's a role, there's a relationship between business and the participation of politically exposed persons in business, and how that relationship then influences decision-making in terms of policy, in terms of law, and that how ultimately comes to the conversation around state capture. So with that scenario, it's very simple then. Two people collude, they decide to influence policy. and from the money they are making beyond influencing policy, because now I want to keep this politically exposed person in power. What do? I fund their campaign. So Chimuka was talking about the issue of political party financing. So now you have business players who are in business relationships with politically exposed persons that are then bankrolling their campaigns or their political parties in order to keep them in power, to perpetuate their business interests, because I need someone that's consistently going to look out for my interests. It doesn't work for me if Chimuka, who I've been working with, leaves office, and Josiah comes in, and Josiah now, has different interests, and so I have to start building a new relationship with Josiah, and so on and so forth. And so, with that risk, then, how does asset disclosure, beneficial ownership, help to address state capture? So the question really was, how do you leverage those two to address state capture? Let's start with beneficial ownership transparency. If Zambia gets to a point where we have a robust beneficial ownership transparency regime that mandates companies to disclose their beneficial owners, and that there are sanctions for non-compliance, so that you get to a point where we're not talking about 30, 33% levels of compliance, which is where we are. So if you talk to PACRA, they will tell you, out of the companies registered with PACRA and are actively engaged in business, you have about 33% that are compliant with beneficial ownership disclosure requirements, meaning you have, no, I'm losing my math, what's 60 what? What's 100 minus 33? 67%. My brain is not working. That are not compliant. The question is, when was the requirement for BO disclosure introduced in law? 2017, by way of amendment to the Companies Act, and really operationalized in 2018, when there was a commencement order to put into effect that legislation. So from 2018 to 2024, you're talking about 6 years, and you're still talking about compliance of 33%. So what is the problem? That, for me, that's a red flag. And people should ask the question, why aren't companies disclosing their beneficial owners, the natural persons who ultimately own, control, or benefit from those companies? Could it be that these are politically exposed persons that don't want to be known to be beneficial owners of these companies? So that's a question people should be asking. So having a robust regime then allows for you to have information on who the natural persons who own or control benefit from these companies are. And using that information and what was declared by public officials on assumption of office, whether it's elective office or you're appointed, and I want to use this opportunity to argue that, in order to have an effective asset disclosure regime, it should go beyond those that are elected into office. It should be senior government officials, directors, permanent secretaries, those with, authority, controlling authority in a government agency, in a government department, quasi-government, whatever it is, because they exercise influence and they're able to influence key decisions of that entity. So if you have a framework that allows for disclosure of assets across the board, directors in ministries, government agencies, members of parliament, and so on and so forth, you then have a baseline that you're assessing against in terms of understanding how wealth was accumulated over time. And you're able to say, sir, when you are appointed as, for example, Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission, you declared that your assets were valued at 1 million kwacha. That's your baseline. 5 years into that DG's tenure, you ask them again, what is your net worth? And they say 5 million kwacha. The question then becomes, based on your income, what you declared as your assets, what you declared as your liabilities, does it make sense that you'd have accumulated so much wealth over this 5-year period? The answer becomes no. So the question is how? And if they tell you, oh, and I made this point earlier on a separate panel, that usually you have these people argue, but before I was appointed to this office, before I was elected to this office, I was running businesses. I'm not just starting as a businessman. And I think Josiah made a point about how when he checked the National Assembly website, he saw a lot of these officials listing their profession as businessmen. But again, so I want you to work with me here in terms of linking BO, beneficial ownership, to asset disclosure. That allows for you to then, if you have a robust BO register, to go to that register and then check, is it in fact true that this particular DG has a beneficial ownership interest in company A, where company A has been recorded in an annual profit of so much, and then you're able to then tally whatever it is they're declaring and say, oh, it makes sense that you've accumulated so much wealth because there's a company you're running where you're a beneficial owner. If that is not true, then that becomes your red flag. So there's no company where you've declared your beneficial ownership interest, but you've amassed so much wealth, and all of this wealth, or most of it, as far as we can tell, has been amassed over your period in office. Law enforcement then can then simply say, okay, this is our red flag, and begin to investigate. So the simple answer to the question is that's how you leverage the tool. So robust beneficial ownership transparency framework with accurate, complete beneficial ownership information that you're able to link to asset disclosure information to say, if one particular individual is a beneficial owner in a company and they happen to be a public official, is what they are making from their company tallying added to what they are making as a government official, to what they're declaring as their net worth. I don't know if all of this is making sense, so I'm losing the audience. That is how you leverage the tool to ensure that you mitigate corruption risks in the sector, because then you're able to answer very important questions, all right? And it's very simple. I have a company, it's making money, and I declared my interest with PACRA, and we can also prove, let me take it a step further, that I have not used my position as a member of parliament, as a minister, as a president's aide, to influence that company winning business or public contracts with the Zambian government. Okay, if I can make that distinction between the company operating independently and not being able to use my influence or my interest in that company to influence the award of public contracts, licenses, since we're talking about extractives, we can limit it to concessions, licenses, contracts, whatever it is, then you've effectively vindicated yourself. And in terms of the corruption fight, what we are saying is you've created a system that allows for you to check how people are earning wealth, and if they are earning wealth, that wealth is earned because they have a legitimate interest in a business in which business they have declared their beneficial ownership interest. And so those two then should work together. And that's why, again, in concluding, for me, all of us then should have a role to play in terms of impressing upon PACRA to do better in terms of shoring up compliance levels, because I think beneficial ownership information is key, especially in the context of extractives, because we know that politically exposed persons are key players, to be able to link that information to what our leaders, those that perform public function, are doing vis-a-vis the companies that we know they run, except we can't prove it because they have not declared their interest in those companies. And so I think that is the point we need to get to, and with that, you prevent situations where policy is influenced to favor individuals because they're in a position to skew decisions in their favor, and that you have money that's flowing into politics that's tainted by some of these relationships and illegally gained resources that ultimately perpetuate the cycle of the same people again. And the problem is what you have is a monopolization of business. You hear a lot of times that people argue, why is it the same companies being awarded contracts? Why is it the same companies winning licenses? Some of these companies even speculatively hold licenses. So you have a mining license that you don't even use, but there's no one to hold you accountable because behind that license, the beneficial owner is the director in the mining cadastre department. As an example, I'm not saying the director does that. And so I think these are real issues. These are things that we know happen. And this is the point that we need to get to, I think, if we are to effectively address corruption risks in the extractive sector. I hope I've answered the question.
Yes, very elaborate. Thank you for those insights. And also, I do recognize the presence of His Royal Highness in the audience. So with that, Mukoka, thank you so much for those valuable insights. I will invite questions from the audience. We have a wealth of knowledge, very passionate panelists who will be able to answer your questions. So any questions? And also with consent from the ACC, they did mention that they'll be able to answer any questions if they are directed to them. Okay.
Can I go ahead? Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, panelists, for the information, which is very valuable to all of us. I want to contribute and ask a question to Shimuka. You have ably handled the issues of political party financing, which is a new phenomena in our country, but it has a lot of implications because there are issues of sources, transparency, and accountability are very cardinal when it comes to political party financing. And you talked about state capture. And again, if we don't know where political parties get the money, we may end up at one time that the country may be sold to those who financed their campaigns. Then, who should disclose assets? I know I've heard of terms which have been used, public official, and then there's also the constituent office holder. I think you need to help us understand who should disclose the assets. And again, as we talk about the asset disclosure, people nowadays may even hide those assets in the trust. I think those who are there will recall how much, what are the assets that the late Mr. Sata disclosed, okay? So as we answer, as you address that issue, please help us understand who should disclose the assets. Is the public official or the concerned office holder? And in terms of transparency in asset disclosure, what strategies are there so that we don't end up people telling us that I only have a goat, and for sure that's the goat when the real assets are in the trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Derek Chifunda, coming from the Zambia Catholic University. My question is directed to Mr. Mkuka. In terms of asset disclosure, let's say, for instance, I'm a president. Then to start with, my net worth is 1.2 billion. Then upon leaving office, my net worth is about 3.2 trillion. Do you investigate me while in my term of office or afterwards? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mwansa Richard from Sunray in Chingola. My first question goes to Mr. Mkuka. I just want to know how much knowledge the law enforcement have on BO to bring to book those that are found wanting and causing corruption to be rampant in the aspect of politically inclined individuals. Then the other question is directed to, sorry, I've forgotten the name. Yes. Sorry? Oh, yes, Mr. Gath. How do you think that we can have transparency or accountability in workplaces and just in the community if whistleblowing is selective in terms of it just being for employers of that company? And how can corruption be brought down if the public are being denied the privilege to whistleblow? That is just in terms of protection. Thank you.
My question goes to Chimuka. This is with regards to the issuance of mining rights. I think you are the one who touched on minimizing how many mining rights should an individual company have. Now, we realized that when the audit at Cadastre was done, because it was closed and then reopened. Now, when it was reopened again, it was discovered that there were some individuals or individual companies that owns more than 5 mining rights. The question is, to what extent is your organization and also in your workspace, to what extent have you recognized such companies? Because obviously there could be an element of corruption, conniving, maybe with the issuance of licenses by the Ministry of Mines. So to what extent do you have information that you may share that such and such companies have owned over 5 mining rights, and this is what is being done to correct the situation? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sampa Moses from TIZ TAG Mfwanyama. My question goes to, I think, all of them concerning the asset disclosure. Why does it take long for our leaders to disclose their assets, and what are they fearing? Then secondly, do they need to wait for their wives or their children to disclose them when they are taken to court?
Thank you. I think we can take the last one and then let the panelists answer.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Hagai Nyambe from the Center for Environment Justice. My first question goes to Garth. From the legal perspective, what are the most critical reforms needed to strengthen asset disclosure in Zambia's extractive industry? What legal reforms are we looking at? The second question goes to Mr. Josiah Skalala. How can constitutional provision and public interest litigation be leveraged to enforce transparency and accountability in the extractive sector? Then the last question goes to Chimuka. What specific challenges does Zambia face in implementing effective asset disclosure in the extractive industry? And what role is the civil society organization playing in addressing these issues? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will start with Garth.
So I selectively pick the questions directed to me. Okay, so let me start with the last one. What critical legal reforms do we need to strengthen asset declaration, asset disclosure in this country? We could begin actually with the Constitution. So Article 263 and Article 266 talk about a presidential candidate making a declaration of their assets, and it puts a very curious provision there. It says before or after their term of office. Now, before or after does not cut it, because it leaves it open. If I declare before and I don't have to declare after, what have I solved? What problem have we resolved there? If I declare after, where is the baseline? Where are we starting from? So obviously, Article 263 would need to be amended in the Constitution. Secondly, we have conflicting definitions in terms of who is captured under the ambit of asset declaration. And this definition has to do, this confusion has to do with how the Constitution defines a public officer and how the Anti-Corruption Act defines a public officer. There are wide divergences. The Constitution is restrictive, while the ACC Act is more broad. And so this confusion comes in because I'm not law enforcement, but I would ask my colleague, Mr. Timothy from ACC, just for him to explain how it's difficult to secure a conviction if you send certain officials to court over the extent of their assets. They'll simply say, yes, under the ACC Act, I may be one of your targeted individuals, but under the Constitution, I'm exonerated. I'm out of your reach. So obviously, that's an area that requires reform. Again, under the asset disclosure regime, we want to look at what is happening in the parliamentary and ministerial code of conduct. What we find is a situation, again, that is concerning, first of all, while the declarations may be lodged with the Chief Justice, the Chief Justice has no obligation to make them public. His obligation remains at receiving them. And so you will go with your demand letters to the Chief Justice and he will simply say, no, I don't have any obligation to disclose. Secondly, we have no mechanism within the Ministerial and Parliamentary Code of Conduct of verification of assets. People can declare what they don't have and hedge against possible prosecution in future. I can state that my estate is worth 100 million when I have nothing. But it allows me a lot of wiggle room when I enter public service to amass as much as 100 million. That's a major weakness. So the verification of assets is missing. I could probably go further and say that, again, under the same ministerial and parliamentary code of conduct, a person, a minister or an MP who has an interest in the matter is only encouraged by the Act to remain silent when deliberations are taking place. They have no obligation to leave the room. All the code says is they should not participate in the debate. But if they are in the room, are they not getting information that is critical to decision-making for their private businesses? So again, that aspect needs to be reformed, needs to be amended. There must be a provision that says it's not enough for the person to simply declare interest and remain silent. They must not be part of the discussion also. They must exit the room so that the discussion takes place in their absence. So that's just to point out one or two things that I think needs to be looked at as a matter of urgency by the ACC as they are crafting a new legislation on asset disclosure, but also as they seek to identify gaps within their ACC legislation. Thank you for so much. I think there was another question on whistleblowing. Yes, transparency or accountability issues in communities and workplaces if public are denied privilege to whistleblow. So let me just be clear about it. It's not that the public are denied an opportunity to whistleblow, but that the Act specifically looks at employees in the workplace. That is the major audience of this particular piece of legislation. Now, my point is it becomes onerous for someone outside of employment to raise a whistleblowing allegation against a company that has its own employees. Why? Because if you are not coming up with something substantial, first of all, the risk to your person multiplies to the tune of a possible jail term of 7 years. But secondly, and more importantly, the defense can be that this person has no right to whistleblow because they are not within my organization. They are not covered under the Whistleblowers Act as people who should be whistleblowing. But does it mean that we can't whistleblow? No, it doesn't mean that. It just means that you have a more hostile environment in which you are whistleblowing, and you have to work hard to convince those you are taking the information to that this information needs to be reported. And maybe lastly, so reforms, again, need to be undertaken in the area of whistleblowing. First of all, remove the threatening provisions within that act. Why threaten people with such heavy jail terms or penalties of 200,000 penalty units for bad information? Ignore the bad information. Encourage people to whistleblow. That should be the thrust and the direction of a whistleblowing piece of legislation. Also, as an additional reform, there must be what we call as a witness protection mechanism. It exists, and I had to get this information privately from colleagues who work in law enforcement agencies, that a witness protection mechanism does exist, but it's not couched in the law. Shouldn't it be part of the law? Shouldn't people feel the comfort that they are going to receive protection for whistleblowing? Okay. Lastly, why can't whistleblowers be incentivized in terms of rewards? If the information checks out, can there not be a provision where you say, okay, this whistleblower should be rewarded with this amount of money or with this amount of whatever for the noble duty that they have performed for the state? So it has to be looked at both ways. Yeah, it's not preventing us from whistleblowing, but it's just that as a private citizen, you have a lot of red tape to cut through in order to have your information taken seriously. And it's riddled with landmines that are threatening, and you have to tiptoe around all those landmines. So yeah, we are running out of time. Huh? I'm getting carried away. So thank you so much for those two questions.
Okay, thank you for that response. So we'll go to Chimuka, and then we'll have Josiah and close with Mutali.
Okay, thanks so much. Let me start with the last question asked by Hagai in terms of the challenges with respect to asset disclosure and what we are doing as civil society organizations. Of course, it's good to note that as a country, we have not invested so much with the private sector anti-corruption measures. SEC is there. I'm sure in their new strategy, they are trying to ensure that we can venture into the private sector. TIZ in our new strategy, we are also venturing in the private sector. Of the over 120 public integrity committees that are there, or integrity committees that are there, you'll discover that in the private sector, we only have 2 integrity committees, and that's Lumwana and Mazaboka Sugar. That tells you to say that we haven't invested so much with the aspect of fighting corruption in the private sector. When it comes to the general aspect of the challenges that we are facing around asset disclosure, I mean, Mr. Garth did mention some of these. One is that we have got different pieces of legislation that are sitting in silos, and these, they definitely need coordination so that we can have a comprehensive piece of legislation that can support the fight against corruption using asset disclosure mechanism. The other aspect is that with respect to infrastructure, right now, I think we do not have a designated autonomous institution that looks at issues of asset declaration. When you go to our neighbors here, Malawi, they have got a bureau on its own that actually looks at issues of asset disclosure. And as TIZ, our advocacy has been to ensure that not only that we have a robust legal framework with respect to that, but also to ensure that we have got either a directorate under the Anti-Corruption Commission or an autonomous institution that can handle issues of anti-corruption with respect to asset declaration. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing with this respect. But in terms of what we are doing as civil society organizations, of course, we have made steps, and some of the steps that we have done is to identify where the gaps are with the current legal framework, and also just to ensure that we can have inception meetings with key stakeholders to try and push for a robust piece of legislation when it comes to this aspect. Like indicated, I think, by Mr. Garth and also ACC who are here, I'm sure there is a layman's bill that is being developed with respect to asset and liability issues. Then who should disclose assets? Okay. I'm not a lawyer, but for me, I would say that any person should actually disclose. Right now, I think we are having issues because of trying to put, trying to put categories of people that are supposed to declare in terms of this. So when you look at the Ministerial Code of Conduct and other pieces of legislation, the ACC and so forth and so on, the Constitution, you find that we are in a quagmire because we are trying to categorize who's supposed to declare assets. But I mean, with the new legislation which is coming, I think the word that is being used is that any person can actually declare these assets. Then there was a question which was asked from the mining aspect. I think I didn't mention this, and I'm not a master in the mining aspect, but I'll just make mention to say that as TIZ, we are trying to develop some web-based tool that can be able to track issues of, that can be able to track companies that are actually being awarded mining licenses. This is what I know that we are working on as Transparency International Zambia. Have I left any other? Why should, okay, there was the other question, I think it would be answered by Josiah. Why should, is it politicians why should they wait to declare assets? And what's the fear there? And so forth and so on. The question which was asked by a tag member there.
Thank you. The first question addressed to me was on how we can leverage constitutional reforms and strategic litigation to address issues of corruption in the extractive industry. For constitutional reforms, we need to develop a comprehensive accountability system, and I refer to it as a accountability cycle. So we shouldn't have just one center of accountability. It works best if it's leveraged by other centers of accountability. So for instance, the executive should be able to be held accountable for decisions it makes around the extractives, the legislature. How are parliamentarians held accountable for the decisions they make in parliament, but also for the lack of disclosure of assets, liabilities, and income? And the same thing goes to the judiciary. And you can use that approach to go through different institutions and design institutions that are accountable to citizens. A question that we can ask ourselves when considering accountability: how can an institution that is not accountable to the people serve the people? What impetus is it is there for institutions who work there if they're not accountable to the people? So we need to develop a comprehensive accountability system that ensures institutions, individuals are accountable for the decisions they make, especially where they harm communities. Then for strategic litigation, it helps in a lot of ways. It helps communities that are facing harm. So we've heard about communities being displaced so that large scale investments can be done. Strategic public interest litigation can help such communities. It can support accountability that I've talked about for individual actions of public officers. And it can also enhance transparency by spotlighting injustice. And I think it's an area where we haven't done much in Zambia, but it can also help develop progressive jurisprudence. So for instance, the issue of who a public official is. The constitution is clear. Its definitions, for the purpose of this constitution, these are the following are the definitions. Same with the Anti-Corruption Act. It says the definitions are according to the Anti-Corruption Act. So imagine this morning there was debate around a law relating to mines or minerals. And imagine that law includes a definition for a public official or public officer under the mining legislation or mining framework. Will they then come and say the Anti-Corruption Commission Act doesn't apply to us because our act defines us as something else? So I think strategic litigation can also help us start pushing for progressive jurisprudence to address some of these bottlenecks. Then on why politicians shouldn't wait. According to the Parliamentary and Ministerial Code of Conduct, assets, liabilities, and income declarations are supposed to be made annually or within 1 month of the anniversary of your appointment. And it's something which we haven't taken seriously, but the 2016 Constitution, when amended, included a clause saying the office of a member of parliament becomes vacant if you fail to comply with the prescribed code of conduct. So essentially, somebody can go and say, all the ministers who haven't declared their assets, liabilities, and income have not complied with the prescribed code of conduct, and their seat should be vacant. So they're supposed to declare annually according to that law, and they shouldn't wait. But I think it's an issue of accountability mechanisms to ensure there is accountability. And one of the gaps in our framework is we don't have an institution that provides oversight. But then we also have a situation in the country where perhaps law enforcement aren't as proactive as they should be. Because if I were a law enforcement agency and there are all these allegations of corruption, the first place you'd look at is the asset, liability, and income declarations, which are made annually. What is the year-on-year increase by X individual? And that's where to start. And the Act actually provides that it's a crime to make a false declaration. And it's also a crime under the Penal Code. So there's already an incentive for law enforcement agencies to be looking at some of these registers and using them to inform investigations. So I think in terms of why they wait, I can't say that. I hope for the next conference, there'll be a politician to be asked that very question. But according to the existing framework, it should be done annually. And then according to the Constitution also provides a very general framework for asset disclosure by public officials. But there's no law to give effect to what's in the Constitution. And it just says similarly to what is provided for the president when they're joining or after. So it doesn't provide a framework for periodic disclosures by public officials. And in any case, the law hasn't been. I think that's a challenge ACC might face once the law is enacted, because somebody will say, why are you telling us to declare assets annually when the Constitution only says when appointment or in leaving? So it's something to consider as we progress this discussion over public officials or people holding public office declaring assets, liabilities, and income.
Okay, thank you. We can close off with Mutale. Very sweet and short. Thank you.
Yes, so I'll keep it short and sweet. So how much knowledge do law enforcement have on bio? So I'll flag that. So before my role with NDI, I worked with an organization that was focused on beneficial ownership transparency, open ownership. And we engaged with law enforcement in Zambia, and the ask really was simple, that beneficial ownership transparency as a concept is fairly new and it's not widely understood. And so the ask was really for capacity building. And this is true for, we interacted with staff of the Anti-Corruption Commission, the Director of Public Prosecutions. In fact, I interacted with a couple of prosecutors who said, in dealing with financial and economic crime, even we need to understand this concept of BO because we don't completely understand it. Zambia Police, the Anti-Money Laundering Division, in fact, it extends beyond law enforcement to the judiciary itself. We interacted with, in particular, Commercial Division of the High Court, who deal with matters of financial and economic crimes. And even judges there were saying, look, we are lawyers, but the concept of BO itself is new to us, and so there's need for capacity building from experts, those that have interacted with the concept more and understand its intricacies more. So to answer your question, there's definitely need for more capacity strengthening, let's not call it building, capacity strengthening on the concept of BO for law enforcement, but also the judiciary as well, just based on what has come from them themselves. The other question was, when do you investigate? You enter office, you have 1.3 billion, you leave 3.2 trillion. This question, I think, is more for the ACC, because I'm not an investigator, so I don't think I can answer this question. If I, in the ideal, I would simply say, when there's legitimate reason to investigate, investigate. But of course, law enforcement have their own processes and policy and procedure. So perhaps the ACC can speak to when they investigate, whether it's on entering office or when leaving office. The one question that wasn't directly addressed to me, but I think I would like to speak to quickly, is the aspect of trust. So when I mentioned the concept of BO, beneficial ownership, I highlighted that there's an umbrella term used, which is corporate vehicles. That is to extend to not just legal persons, but also legal arrangements, so including trust. And the reason for that was that it was identified that trusts were the subject of abuse as well, for many reasons, including the one that you've highlighted. And so the international standards now are that trusts must also be, the beneficial owners, loosely used, must also be subject to beneficial ownership disclosure requirements. And the Financial Action Task Force, via Recommendation 24, which speaks to beneficial ownership of legal arrangements, has actually guided that all parties to a trust must be disclosed as beneficial owners so that you're able to identify the relationship. So the person that founds the trust, the founder or the settler, in a case where it's a politician trying to hide, you'd have to declare that this person established the trust, so there's no way to run away from that. The person that's appointed to administer the trust on behalf of the beneficiary, so the trustee themselves must be disclosed. Obviously, the beneficiaries themselves. If there's a protector, someone that's responsible for basically overseeing, making sure that the trustee does not abuse their position. So all of those parties to a trust must be disclosed as beneficial owners. You know that in Zambia, the regulation of trusts falls under the remit of the Ministry of Lands. I'll admit that we haven't done so well in terms of beneficial ownership of trusts. And so that is, I think, an area of advocacy for civil society. We're talking about collaborative partnerships in addressing corruption. So other actors also, I think, that could have a role, should definitely play a role in terms of working with the Ministry of Lands to revise legislation so that beneficial ownership disclosure requirements also are introduced in legislation relevant to the regulation of trusts. So I think those are the few questions that are relevant to me. Thank you. I hope that was short and sweet.
Very sweet, thank you. So before we get to our final thoughts with the panelists, does the ACC want to contribute to the conversation?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Timothy Mono, Head Corporate Communications, Anti-Corruption Commission. Maybe just to respond to the question on when do we start investigations? Immediately, a matter comes to our attention. We don't have to wait for the exit or the commencement of the declarations, but as soon as information comes to our attention, we do our own verification of the facts that have come to our attention, and then we institute investigations. So we'll institute investigations where there's reasonable grounds to believe that an offense could have been committed in the acquisition of the properties or assets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So maybe Mtale, we can start with your final thoughts in under 20 seconds, 30 seconds, so that we can close.
There's need to strengthen Zambia's asset disclosure regime to enhance transparency, accountability across all sectors, and especially in the extractive sector. Thank you.
Yeah, I think from the political governance perspective, I think the starting point is to regulate the flow of big money into politics if we are to ensure that we are making strides with the fight against corruption. So since the country doesn't have a piece of legislation on political party and campaign financing, I think the starting point is to ensure that we enact that. Thank you.
Wealth belongs to the people, and it's important that the people who we entrust to superintend over our natural resources are accountable to the people over how they manage natural resources and how communities can benefit from the natural resources which they live on.
We need to strengthen corporate governance requirements for the private sector, so that controlling officers, decision makers, board members, and shareholders of these private companies publish and disclose their net worths and their change in terms of remuneration, emoluments, and shareholding structures.
Thank you so much. I hope this has been a valuable exchange, and thank you for your very active participation. To the panelists, thank you for your very passionate insights, and a round of applause for my panelists.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you to the panelists for that very well engaging conversation. Another round of applause, because I know the moderator was giving that round of applause to her panelists and not her. So a round of applause to the moderator and her panelists. Per tradition, we are going to have a group photo, and also in appreciation to our panelists and the moderator will give you, we have a little token of appreciation. It's not in any way the IFS or the connection. It's not corruption, it's just an appreciation that we took the time to prepare for this. Okay, the camera people, are we ready for the photo? Always ready. I've also gotten one at the end of all the 3 panel discussions. We have come to the end of our discussions for the day, but not the end of the day's activity. We still have the cocktail that is coming up at 18:30 by our program. So we'll take this break. I understand tea break is already ready outside. We can use that as networking time. We network, and those that need to freshen up, you freshen up, and then we meet at 18:30 for the cocktail, and that will be our closeout or closing ceremony for the day. Thank you very much, everyone, for making the time, for staying long. Please have a pleasant evening. Thank you.